22nd. Thank you. Could you please be seated? Thank you. Good evening, members of the public and press attending this full council meeting, BCP Council, 21st of February 2023. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chair of BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting. I will be supported by my Vice Chairman, Councillor Tony O'Neill. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands, unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of members present at the meeting. As a matter of courtesy, can members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting? In accordance with the Constitution, I shall have comfort breaks at 2-hour intervals as appropriate. In addition, I would request that you try and avoid leaving the meeting during the debate. At the start of each full council meeting, I take the opportunity to remind members of the requirements of the BCP Council Constitution, Procedure Rules and the Councillors' Code of Conduct. However, high passions run during debate. I will still, as the chairperson in charge of the meeting, expect councillors to behave with moderation and courtesy towards one another, officers and the chair throughout. I expect you to be fair and considerate to your fellow members of this council. I am entrusted by you to be fair to all. When asking to speak, please indicate clearly. Please also indicate to the chair if you wish or need to temporarily leave the meeting. I will allow comfort breaks at reasonable intervals. This indication is especially important if you do not plan to return, so this can be noted when voting is done. Points of order, if properly made by reference to the provision in the Constitution, will be heard and determined immediately. I reluctantly employ the gavel when I am not being heard. While I understand that councillors may get swept away in the heat of the given moment, my primary role is to allow council business to be done, and will use the further option of muting all microphones if I deem necessary. As a last resort, I will stand as the chair in order to halt proceedings and regain order. But these are not actions I would like to consider, let alone feel obliged to employ. I ask members to think long and hard about these sentiments. I would also request that members leave the meeting at the actual end of the meeting when I have clearly indicated as such. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Bagwell, Councillor Decent, Councillor Maidment, Councillor Phipps, Councillor Ricketts, and I believe that Councillor Mellor may arrive late. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe there is one declaration of interest. I think Councillor Beasley wishes to declare. That's the only declaration I've had notified.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 3. Councillor Beasley, would you please?
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I have a declaration of interest in respect of agenda item 7, Cabinet, the 11th of January 2023, minute number 106, the Bournemouth Town Fund update. The interest is that the owner of the Royal Arcade, amongst their other properties, is a client of my consultancy, and as such they're specifically declared in my entry in the Council's Register of Members' Interests. I shall leave the Chamber for the duration of this item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Yes, Councillor Gabriel.
Sorry, Chair. Can I declare an interest in the general council budget? I manage 2 of the leisure centres in Paul, just to declare my interest as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gabriel. Okay, that seems to be all. Thank you. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 10th of January 2023? Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if there's a typing error in the public question from Sean Mills, because it's quoted as the committed to the transition to zero carbon by 2015 for BCP, and I think it was 2030. But
Thank you for that.
thank you.
That will be duly noted, I'm sure. That's just being checked, Councillor Butler. That will be corrected, Councillor Butler, thank you. Are there any dissension from confirming the minutes, please? None, thank you. Accepted. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the Chairman. Briefly, for me, I have attended events and engagements as Chairman of BCP Council, including the Hall and Woodhouse Community Chest Charity Awards evening and the Maltese Government Tourism Study Group meeting, which actually broke into 2 parts and was thoroughly enjoyable for all concerned. It is my sad duty to inform you the passing of former Councillor Philip Goodall. I understand Councillor Matthews will be saying a few words. Could I invite Councillor Matthews, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to pay my respects to my late friend and former colleague Phil Goodall, who sadly passed away recently. I've known Phil for over 20 years, and he was a well-known figure within the Campersieve community. He was the chair of the Campersieve Neighbourhood Watch for over 10 years, and his commitment to this organisation was absolutely tireless. Phil was incredibly proud to be elected to the Borough of Poole in 2011, and he served as my ward colleague representing Campersieve West until 2015. On council, Phil enjoyed his time on the licensing committee. I worked closely with Phil and during our time as ward colleagues, and I don't think that I ever had to drive to a council meeting, as Phil would always arrive outside my home at 6 p.m. on the dot to ensure that we both arrived in plenty of time for a prompt start. Born in Coventry, Phil moved to Poole in the early 70s with his late wife Sally to raise his family, and he had a daughter, 2 sons and 5 grandchildren. Phil was an engineer and was the owner and managing director of a machine tool company based in Hamworthy. And one of his claims to fame was that his company once designed a 21-seater tricycle that featured on the 1980s TV programme Game for a Laugh. Phil was also found time to become a Queen Scout and was a scout leader in Broadstone. Although dogged by ill health for a number of years, Phil was incredibly stoic and fiercely independent. He lived with MS but managed his disability by being incredibly methodical. He had developed a system for doing things that enabled him to cope. I remember on one occasion when he drove me to a council meeting that I intervened to help him remove his wheelchair from the back of his car. I was quickly but politely informed that my assistance was not required, as he had to do it himself. That was Phil, determined and a proud man. We will miss him dearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthews. I now invite all members to stand for a minute's silence, please. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Thank you, members. I have 2 more announcements to make at this point. I understand there have been decisions from the Standards Committee and there may be announcements to be made. I therefore seek requests from the relevant members to address the Council.
In response to the complaint made against me to the Standards Committee, I'm truly sorry that I caused offence to the Deputy Editor of the Bournemouth Echo. And would like to make it clear that I never intended to do so, will never wish to cause offence to anyone. Having reconsidered the comments I made, I think that I may have responded more harshly than I now think to have been appropriate, and wish to apologise for doing so. If I have caused offence, it wasn't my intention. It was a passionate speech about how councillors are treated online sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. I will be taking the agenda items. Is there somebody indicating? Councillor Brooks, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could you please remind members of the public who are in the gallery to resist taking photographs of members, which just happened at that moment. Following your direction about members of the public in the gallery, I think you should remind them of the position. Thank you, Chair.
For clarity, photography is permitted. My main concern in the past has been people leaning dangerously over, in my opinion, dangerously over the railing. So when it comes to asking people not to take photographs, that's not within my power, and it's their right so to do. But appreciate your contribution. Thank you. I will be taking the agenda items in the published order, except for agenda item 7, which will be determined following agenda item 10. This is under Procedure Rule 5, Part 4D. Thank you. Councillor Slade.
Sorry, a point of clarification. I'm assuming that the leader was required, or former leader, was required to apologise at the next full council meeting. If he doesn't come tonight, does that get deferred to the next full council meeting?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Slade. I'll seek clarification from Sice.
If the former leader isn't at the meeting tonight and doesn't make the apology, that will be referred back to Standards Committee.
Thank you. Which takes us to agenda item 5, public issues. A is public questions. Sue Chapman has submitted a public question on carbon bombing projects. Would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Mike Green will respond? Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman. Sue Chapman, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Good evening. Well-being is at the heart of BCP's big plan, while neighbourhood plan aims are environmentally educating, encouraging and assisting the local population. Yet the terms Anthropocene and decarbonisation at speed and scale are negligently absent. Addressing deforestation, pollution, oceanic dead zones, loss of biodiversity, mass extinctions, collapsing ecosystems, weakening Gulf Stream, overfishing, overpopulating, resource constraints and accelerating climate migrations are nowhere to be seen, despite final warning alerts from the UN, the King, the Pope and global scientists. Don't the Nolan principles mean exposing and confronting carbon bombing projects so that children will flourish, as BCP claim?
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you. Councillor Mike Green, would you respond, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Ms. Chapman for her question. Tackling climate change continues to be an unprecedented global challenge, and through our climate and ecological emergency ambitions, we have a solid foundation from which we are continuing to strive to make a real difference. In March, members of the Place Overview and Scrutiny Board will be presented with a new draft climate action strategy, which will address many issues raised in this question. This will aim to ensure that the actions being taken will reduce the impact of climate change and its effect on residents, businesses and organisations, as well as our natural environment and biodiversity in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Ensuring we have a sustainable environment underpins all our decision-making, and this holds true in how we are addressing the significant challenges posed by climate change. Activities include our Transforming Travel programme, reducing air pollution through initiatives like School Streets, and our Cleaner, Greener, Safer programme, where over 10,000 trees have been planted across the area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you.
I'm just going to pass the leaders and supplementary information.
Very kind. Thank you. Daniel Parkin has submitted a public question on the Bayside restaurant. Mr. Parkin, would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Dunlop will respond. Mr. Parkin, you have the lectern here, sir. Have the lectern here. I know. It's pure theatre, pure theatre.
I looked a bit of a numpty then, didn't I?
You have the floor, Mr. Parkin.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for referring to me by name rather than a sad troll, as some of the opposition like to call us. Anyway, the question is, will the current leader, which, as we've seen this evening, is Councillor Philip Broadhead, may I congratulate you on your new position. And just to be aware, I will be potentially standing as a Lib Dem candidate in the ward. So look forward to a fair
I think we would like to invite you to ask your question, Mr. Parkin,
okay.
as opposed
Yes,
to electioneering. Please, if you could ask your question.
Okay. Will the it looks like Councillor Dunlop will be answering this question. Ideally external. Okay, let's start again. Will the current leader commit to an inquiry, ideally external, on the Bayside restaurant, which lost the council £176,000 when swinging financial constraints were being imposed elsewhere? Questions would include, was there or was there not a business plan in place? Why was this not open to tender to experienced restaurateurs? Why was it set up in a flood zone without any planning consent whatsoever? Why was it only open for 4 weeks when most businesses need at least that time to identify teething problems? And why only open at the tail end of the summer? Any immediate answers would be very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parkin. Councillor Dunlop, I understand you will respond, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Parkin, for your question. A mixed management model is used for various seasonal catering offers along the seafront, and this helps us share risk and introduces external expertise with the intention to generate longer-term proposals for these types of facilities on the beach. Doing this allows the council to identify the best way to deliver operations moving forward. Bournemouth Air Festival has had a hospitality marquee for many years. In 2019, the council upgraded the offer and continuing to work with the same external experienced event company in order to provide a higher quality hospitality offer, and the new marquee offer has been very successful. Given the high spec of the marquee and the fact that the infrastructure was going to be in place for the Air Festival, there was clearly an opportunity to extend the time and pilot a fine dining experience during the busiest time of the season. A series of budget scenarios and projections were produced for Bayside to inform financial decision-making. However, a site-specific business plan was not produced as it formed part of the overarching commitment to create a more vibrant environment. There were several unpredictable factors that led to the loss in this location, and in light of this, we will commit to reviewing the process of tendering for pop-up catering in the future to ensure we always get value for money. Whilst Bayside did not deliver as expected, it is this bold approach to seafront enhancement over the years that has steadily increased the surplus delivered back to the council to fund other essential services to the benefit of all residents. This year is predicted at £6 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Thank you, Mr. Parkin. Public issues B, statements. Natasha McAllister, Chief Executive of the South East Dorset Community Accessible Transport, SEDCAT, has submitted a public statement on proposed budget cuts to SEDCAT. She has confirmed she would like this statement read, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a statement which relates to SEDCAT, the South East Dorset Community Accessible Transport and their annual grant. SEDCAT contributes towards BCP Community Strategy Priority Fulfilled Lives. SEDCAT provides a personalised community transport service to BCP's most vulnerable residents, relieving future long-term financial pressures on BCP health and social care services. SEDCAT has been receiving a modest grant of the same amount for the past 10 years whilst continuously expanding services. Should funding be cut from BCP, SEDCAT would find itself in financial difficulties, and this would lead to a reduction in services to the most vulnerable community members, resulting in an increased demand on health and social care services and loss of income to local businesses. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Public issue C, petitions. There have been no petitions received for this meeting. Next agenda item, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations 6 to 11, which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. Item 6, Cabinet, 11th of January 2023, minute number 105, Council Tax, Tax Base 2023-24. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Green, it doesn't specify which one, Mike Green, Green M, to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Delighted to propose this item, which is one that we take every year and is a pretty standard item, which looks at the council tax base and gets the council to approve that council tax base to full council. The only highlight I would draw out is that the total estimated base for this year has increased from 142,800 in 2022-23 to 144,000 this year, and that's down to an improved collection rate and also a higher growth expected in the number of additional properties this year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. And Councillor Mike Green, I understand you wish to second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to formally second.
Thank you very much. Members would like to contribute? Opinions, thoughts? None whatsoever? None indicated. Thank you. Councillor Broadhead, would you like to sum up at the end of this debate? Indeed not. Thank you. So we move straight to the vote, please. Can we ask for a show of hands, please? Those in favour? Okay, thank you. Those against? And abstentions? One abstention. Councillor, is there two?
Could you just check the abstentions?
Abstentions, hands up nice and high. Councillor Lewis, Councillor Addison. Thank you. Item 8, Cabinet, 8th February 2023, minute number 116, Housing Revenue Account, HRA, Budget Setting 2022-23. Councillor Rampton, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to present the annual Housing Revenue Account budget. The Housing Revenue Account, as members will remember, sits within the council budget but is ring-fenced for our 9,500 rented properties, our 1,139 leasehold and our 33 shared ownership. And income of rent and other charges amount to some 51 million, and what comes in goes out again. Chair, I went through this report at great length at Cabinet. I don't intend to take up too much time this evening on it, as I'm confident that members will have read the report in great detail. I would just like to say, Chair, that in setting the HRA budget, we've been mindful of the impact of the cost of living on our residents.
and of our new duties and responsibilities and increased regulation, which is coming. And we have therefore protected residents from huge increases. We've done our utmost to keep service charges down. There are some differences across the two areas of Bournemouth and Poole, and alignment will take place, and that will be following consultation with our residents. We're investing £500,000 in damp and mould preventative measures, and residents are involved through our new engagement structures, our Housing Advisory Board, our 4 scrutiny panels, and our Residents' Committee. And accountability is greatly increased, or will be, through our new tenant satisfaction measures, which come into force in April. So I am very pleased to recommend A, Roman 1 to 8, B, Roman 1 to 3, and C, to this Council for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, thank you very much. Delighted to second, and again, following Councillor Rampton's points, also really pleased to see the hard work of the team working within this to protect our most vulnerable, particularly, I think, the investment of £500,000 into the preventative damp and mould after some of the things we've seen happen in this country is something that's absolutely critical for us to do. So thank you to Councillor Rampton and the entire team, and I commend it to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any members wish to, please? Councillor Trent, I gather you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I think I actually ought to declare an interest on this in as much as I rent a garage from the council, so I'm subject to one of the increases. But there are a couple of points I wanted to make. First of all, I appreciate that 7% seems to be an average increase, but I'm aware of the agonising that has gone on for months and months and months about how much the council tax would go up. But please bear in mind that a 7% increase to a tenant of BCP homes is actually far more stinging if they are just above that level where they get help, and you could be on quite a low income and not be entitled to any help with your housing costs. That actually hurts a lot more than the kind of increase that we've been talking about on council tax, because it's an increase on a fairly significant monthly amount. But the question I was going to ask is on the amounts, new tenancies seem to be subject to a higher rental increase, and that worries me, because does it mean that, and I understand it's a government policy, does it mean that we are actually beginning to have a two-tier rental system for council homes? One for those people who've been tenants for a long time, and one for those who become new tenants, because I see in the long term that causing divide amongst communities who are all basically enjoying the same service.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Any other members wish to speak? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I would agree with Councillor Trent in that the 7% for rent is actually taken at the highest point of the cap that government suggest, which I find is quite disappointing, because our people in our area are of varied income, and with all the cost of living, inflation, jobs and salaries not secure at the moment, plus the higher council tax, it's going to have a knock-on effect, and it will really affect a lot of people in our community, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Fear.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief question to the Cabinet Member. Obviously, with this paper going forward, would there always be an open door for members to go to you if there are isolated instances to have a further conversation about this going forward, just so we can understand the issues that matter to residents, and just having some clarification on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Butt, please, Jude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually trying to find the area that I actually did question at Cabinet. I attended Cabinet, and it's with regard to... sit down a minute, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to find the part. It's with regard to Appendix 7, HRA Delivery Plan. And in the plan, there are various commitments and various matters that they will attend to. And there are three specific issues which revolve around engagement. And there's a high priority, a medium priority, and a low priority. And regrettably, all those engagement areas are set in a low priority, so I'd like an answer as to why that is the case. And also, I would agree with the previous speakers with regard to the increase in rents, especially the divide, which may very well start to occur. Just to remind people that, in fact, 8.95, I think, is the highest, £8.95 is the highest rent in one of our properties. But that equates an 11% increase, if we're to go that way, to £720 a year. That's a huge uplift for anybody. I would want to pay £720 a year, and I'm lucky enough to own my own home. So I think that, coupled with council tax, there is going to be an awful deprivation. So I think we need to be extremely mindful and wary of that huge uplift and whether there will be a divide created by taking this function on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Anybody else would like to contribute? No? Could I then ask Councillor Rampton to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to members for their questions. And if we did not apply this this increase, and it is capped, it could have been higher than that, but it is capped, then that would reduce the income to the housing revenue account by £10 million by 2026-27. And that £10 million is an amount that can be used to build council housing, to do maintenance, to do repairs, to measures against damp and mould. It's a huge sum of money to not be able to claim. So I think by capping at 7%, and Councillor Trent is absolutely correct that if you are moving properties or you're a new tenant, then the cap does not apply and you would be subject to the usual rent formula. And that's going to be the same right across the country. Other councils and housing providers are, in the main, applying the same criteria. So I just also like to mention, somebody mentioned about the benefits. There has been an increase of 10.1% in benefits, and approximately 60% of our tenants are on some amount of housing benefit and universal credit. I think I also remember from the report there's a great deal of information about help that is out there for anybody who is struggling, and they have to get in touch with us, and we will always look very sympathetically at people's circumstances. We don't just evict people, we work with people, we try to help them, we try to support them through any financial difficulties. I am very confident, Mr. Chair, that there are measures there to support anybody who would be struggling with that increase. But unfortunately, as I say, if we don't apply it, it is going to affect current and future tenants of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Can we then go to the vote, please? For those in favour to accept the recommendation, please indicate clearly. Okay, thank you. You got a good idea? Thank you. Those against, please. Nice and high so we can count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. 6 against. Abstentions, please. Uh, 6 against, 10 abstentions, and the remainder were in favour, so that's carried. Thank you. Item 9, Cabinet, 8th February 2023, minute number 117, Mainstream Schools and Early Years Funding Formulae, 2023-24. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor White to second the move. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Members, this will be familiar to you. This paper forms part of the Council's annual budget setting cycle. It's one of that suite of documents and deals with distribution of the ring-fence dedicated schools grant, which, like the housing revenue account, sits outside of the revenue budget. The DSG funds our mainstream schools, special schools, early years settings, whether in schools or in the private, voluntary and independent sectors, as well as independent, non-maintained special school placements for children with special educational needs and disabilities, for children from early years through to year 11. The total DSG this year is just over 340 million, which represents an increase of 6.4% on last year. For those of us involved in schools, we'll know that they're immensely resourceful in the way in which they spend the funding which is allocated to them. But of course, they are facing the same pressures as any other organisation in terms of their premises costs, energy and staffing costs. Other pressures within the DSG are well rehearsed and familiar to members here and include those in the high needs block. BCP Council has been working very closely and effectively with the Department for Education through the Delivering Better Value programme. The recommendations in the report are to set the early years formula as set out in paragraph 44 of the report, to adopt the national funding formula unit values, which can be found in the appendix for mainstream schools, and to transfer the balance of £185,000 from the surplus schools block to support early years high needs budget. These are being consulted upon very widely, as is usual, and as always, I'm very grateful for the Schools Forum for their leadership within this space. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Mike White, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yeah, very happy, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor White. Members, would you like to have an opinion, express thoughts? Anybody? Anything you'd like to sum up, Councillor Green?
Just to thank members always for their support in this. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can move to the vote, please, for those in favour. Thank you. That looks like everyone. But to make sure, those against? None. And abstentions? None. It's carried. Thank you. Item 10, Cabinet 8 February 2023, minute number 118, Budget and Medium-Term Financial Plan 2023-24. I have agreed that on this item, speech times will be as follows. Combined up to 15 minutes for the proposer, seconders for the budget. Combined up to 15 minutes for the proposers, seconders of alternative budgets. And 3 minutes for all other speakers. At this opportunity, I'd like to introduce the Chief Executive for a brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to set the context for members, there are complicated budget papers, there are very extensive recommendations, there are 3 proposed amendments to the proposal that came from the Cabinet. That's resulted in a final paper which I believe has been circulated to all councillors by Richard Jones on behalf of the Director of Finance. If any councillors don't have a copy, we do have some paper copies available if you haven't picked it up by email. There is one typo, if I can just draw your attention to, in that covering paper, which is that on the description of items, of saving item number 98 on the first page, the amount held in mitigation against risk is proposed to be £109,000, not the £60,000 printed on the paper. It doesn't affect the savings figure of £441,000, which is accurate, but just for completeness, I thought I'd mention that slight typo. The process is that we'll hear the budget proposal from the administration, including a proposed amendment, and then there are 2 additional amendments to the budget from the opposition groups. We will be considering those amendments one at a time in the normal way, and as you've said, allowing extended speeches by the proposer and seconder for each amendment because of the complexity of the budget issues. But before I hand back, Chairman, could I just thank members of all political groups who have worked together over the last couple of days to consider the various amendment proposals, to see what measures could be agreed in common ahead of this meeting. That has been very helpful. I've been encouraged by the willingness of all groups to engage in the process, and I'm hoping that will make the budget discussion somewhat easier, as it may have, or hopefully will have reduced the areas of contention, although not removed them entirely. But just to thank the group leaders and their finance representatives for taking part in that, it's very helpful. Hand back. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Broadhead is to move an alteration to the motion arising from Cabinet, which has been circulated to all members in advance of the meeting. There will be no debate. Chairman to seek Council's, that's me, Chairman's consent to the alteration under Procedure Rule 14.12 of Part 4D of the Constitution. If Council grants assent, then this becomes a substantive motion. So, Phil Broadhead, please. Would you propose the amendment, please?
Excuse me.
Yes, happy to propose that. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I thought you had to get consent from the councillors for this to happen first.
So that's what we're doing. We're now going to ask members for consent. But obviously, Councillor Broadhead had to propose it first. Thank you. I know. You have proposed the
Yeah, happy to propose for consent for that, yes.
Thank you. And your seconder, Councillor Nicola Green. Thank you. So now I ask the meeting, do we all agree? Please indicate. Do we need to? Agreed. Yes, thank you. In respect of recommendations 10, brackets A to X, subject to all amendments, including the council tax resolution and council tax levels for 2023-24 set out in the supplementary pack, all votes on this item will be the subject of a recorded vote for each councillor present in accordance with the Local Authorities Standing Orders England Amendment Regulations 2014. So, Councillor Broadhead and your secretary have 15 minutes combined move second, substantive motion and council tax resolution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, it's my honour today to propose our BCP Council budget for 2023-24. This is a budget which, despite serious global headwinds, balances the books for the forthcoming year, invests heavily into services to protect the most vulnerable in our region, continues the work of putting the Council's finances into a long-term and stable position, increases our unearmarked reserves, and also, and this is a theme I will return to, avoids the wide-scale service cuts and closures seen by many local authorities as they face the serious pressures caused by inflation. These inflationary pressures have had a profound impact on the cost of providing services, in the same way that they've had a similar impact on residents and businesses across the country. Since setting last year's budget, the cost of running council services has increased by £55 million over the next few years due to inflation alone. As an example, it now costs an estimated £2 million extra per year just to power the area's streetlights. Inflation, as we have seen, affects quite simply every aspect of the council, from the increased cost of fuel and energy to power our buildings and vehicles, the stark rise in the cost of delivering building and maintenance projects, and of course the added pressure on wages as we strive to ensure our staff are protected as far as possible from this environment. This rapidly accelerating situation has seen many councils on their knees. One only needs to glance around our many neighbouring local authorities, never mind the situation nationally, to see leisure centres and public swimming pools being shuttered, libraries being closed, council subsidised bus routes being scrapped, or cuts in spend to their most vulnerable. Not in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Cabinet and the corporate management team got ahead of these issues with a series of deep, continuous work from the summer of last year, when it became clear that this global situation was not going to get any better anytime soon. This deep dive work, alongside the very real opportunities and efficiencies brought to us by working as one council as opposed to the previous four, has enabled us to meet these challenges head-on. We focused on sensible efficiencies, pragmatic and deliverable savings, and a focus on new income streams, such as a record-breaking £6 million of profit generated by our seafront operations this year, or the continued growth of our profit-making investment into new local homes for local people. These efforts leave us in a position of seeing a projected £10.2 million surplus to this year's financial outturn, which helps to mitigate the difficulties of the forthcoming year and avoid those huge service cuts of others. And, Mr. Chairman, it helps us to invest in the future, with £14.6 million extra in the Council's highest priority area, children's services, taking the total cumulative annual increase in revenue spending on children's services to £32.4 million over the last 3 years. That's a doubling in the budget for children's services since the Conservative administration took over from the Lib Dem coalition. In the Lib Dem-led budget of 2020, only 900,000 was pumped into our vulnerable children's division. This year alone, we put in almost 15 million. Quite the difference. Alongside this, an extra 25.5 million is allocated for adult services, ensuring our vulnerable and elderly adults see the best protection during these tough times. And we do this whilst continuing to invest in our place too, with new focus on regeneration, unlocking £3 billion of opportunity in this area, with a regeneration function that now takes its costs from the projects themselves, not from council taxpayers' revenue account. With a renewed focus on council homes, with our programme launched only a year and a half ago with the lofty ambition of at least 1,000 council-delivered homes across all 10 years, now being impressively surpassed, with 1,400 now in train. With the investment we've seen in our Cleaner, Greener, Safer programme now firmly showing results, with a 20% year-on-year reduction in antisocial behaviour, a dramatic reduction in crime in our parks, and the extra funds we'd ploughed into our CSAS programme really showing its worth. Our seafronts and coastal communities have been buzzing with activity, not only adding to the income streams which help to protect children's council services, but making our areas more vibrant and exciting. We've invested in new festivals, such as the Poole Seafood Festival and the Poole Maritime Light Festival, which this year has brought in an unbelievable 5 million visitors. And we've more investment to come, having secured almost £20 million of government funding to make our coast even better. Mr. Chairman, whilst others moan about free barbecues on the beach, paid for incidentally by contribution from developers, we wear with pride of them being featured in international publications publicising our area. Whilst others complain that one of the beach pop-ups, trialling a partnership agreement with local firms, wasn't successful, we politely remind them that in total these new initiatives brought £6 million in profit this year. Others want us to stop everything, scrap everything and stop innovating. I say there is no such thing as standing still. You're either moving forwards or you're moving backwards, and Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole deserves to be going forward at pace. Now, we all know that we face continued challenges as a local authority as we move to our position of being sustainable in the long term. For instance, it was, of course, disappointing that the government changed the rules last year to prevent us from paying for the cost of the council's transformation process via releasing the value in our assets rather than selling them off. That was particularly disappointing considering the political assurances we'd previously had for that approach alongside the formal advice from such bodies as CIPRA that the plan was reasonable and within the rules. But let's remember why we did it. It was to replace the plan to pay for that improvement programme by flogging off a huge swathe of the council's assets, such as our heritage buildings and car parks, which was a plan we inherited from the Lib Dem-led coalition. And although we had to act quick due to the change in these rules, including a minded-to offer from the government to allow us to directly borrow that amount instead, we still pushed to avoid this, focusing on the sale of non-strategic business park assets instead, most of which have now progressed ahead of our valuation expectations. Others, Mr. Chairman, have asked for an apology for this plan, but I do not think we should apologise for trying to find ways to avoid flogging off the family silver and not giving up. Another challenge you may hear about a lot tonight is the ongoing work to get the finances into a healthy long-term position. I'm sure colleagues on opposite benches will use language designed to frighten and horrify. The council is close to bankruptcy, we may hear. We have a savings programme that can't be delivered, we may hear. Even the council's own auditors are concerned and are writing letters against our own plans, they may say. But we all know this is just distraction politics. Our medium-term financial position is now in the healthiest it has been since this council was formed. Now, that's not my view, that's the facts. Table 4 in the budget papers in front of you show the position. Our cumulative funding gap over the next 4 years is £12 million. That same table at the end of the previous coalition administration showed a gap of £45 million. That is over £30 million better off position, despite an additional £55 million of inflationary pressures. Now, I know many other councils who would dearly love to have that smaller gap. Our transformation savings remain on target, unleashing the savings made possible by bringing the councils together. £50 million have been saved year by year to date, £50 million extra, which is enabled to be spent on services. And even on council tax, we're delivering value. Whilst we're not able to propose a lower council tax increase this year, not only did we keep trying, but our policy of striving towards keeping council taxpayers' money in people's pockets meant that £62 million extra will be kept in those pockets by the end of next term. That's a real saving to residents that they notice. Nowhere, incidentally, is this financial benefit of the combination of low council tax policy and the benefits of local government reorganisation more clear than in Christchurch, where residents would be paying, on average, an astonishing £260 more per year if these actions hadn't happened. I would also like to directly address concerns raised by our recent auditor of our decision to keep working to try and limit this year's rise to 3%. As per my response to the Audit and Governance Committee only the other evening, these concerns were a warning around proposals of linking that rise to new unidentified income streams. Mr Chairman, I can categorically assure councillors that that is not the plan. Whilst we are always looking at new ways to generate additional income, any new income streams would only ever have been used to fund additional services, and the budget would always have been based on sound principles of savings to achieve any smaller reduction. Again, whilst we were not successful in that effort, the commitment to keep striving on the budget has proved to be absolutely the right tactic, as the budget position has improved further since our draft proposals to such a degree that I am able to announce new, improved proposals to our budget. Since releasing suggestions around this improved amendment last week, I have also been pleased to be part of cross-party discussions, as the Chief Executive has pointed out, as whether there was any further common ground that could be reached. Two other political groups, as we've seen, have made formal budget amendments, and we've been working together over the weekend to ascertain what common ground we could find. It was agreed at those meetings that the further movement towards a shared position will be tabled today and form part of the substantive, as we've seen, with any deviation from them forming additional amendments. Accordingly, and as shared with all councillors earlier on today via email and carrying the support of our Chief Financial Officer, I hereby propose those additional changes to the budget, all designed in the spirit of cross-party working and to help us form agreement. Each element of these revisions has been agreed from each of the alternate budget proposals, and my seconder will highlight these in more detail. We will agree to the proposals to increase seafront car parking charges made by the Liberal Democrats, which will provide more income. We will agree with a number of the suggested unwinding of savings in a number of key areas in both proposals, and we will agree to the reduction in corporate spend on marketing. I'm really pleased that the other parties have worked together with their ideas, which we're happy to accept. However, Mr Chairman, what we cannot agree to is either the scrapping or the massive eroding of the Air Festival proposed in both amendments. This vital event contributes over £30 million to our local economy across the whole region, is a key part of our hospitality and hotel offering, and is valued by residents and visitors alike. To scrap it at this last minute to notionally save a few £100,000 is just false economy, and I would urge colleagues to reconsider this demand. I'm also reluctant to agree to proposals from the UA to stop funding Christmas lights and decorations in our district areas, as this will particularly impact Highcliffe, Christchurch Town Centre, Herne and Burton. However, the cross-party working on the final details of the budget has been welcomed, and I again thank the group leaders and Graham Fant for enabling us to work together. I'm confident we've moved significantly to represent the views of these other parties, and I think, Mr Chairman, it perfectly sets the tone for this budget. It's one of hope in difficult times, of working together when it's easier just to automatically disagree, and striving in harmony to make the amazing region of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole one we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. The seconder, Councillor Green, you have 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. So to do.
Thank you, Chairman. This year's budget has been not only challenging, but it's the outcome of an incredibly complex matrix. In terms of disruption, the past few years have been seismic, and yet much of this year's budget setting has been reassuringly familiar. Officers presenting an early draft of the figures in the late summer and those regular meetings following. Every line was subjected to robust scrutiny, checked for whether it delivered the right outcome, whether the council was the right agency to deliver it, and how it could be delivered more efficiently. The yardstick against which everything was measured was its impact on the residents of BCP, and we've held ourselves to this standard in delivering this budget. It is unusual that the administration would bring their own amendment to council, so I'll set out why this is the case today. The additional uplift delivered very late in the day from the government settlement was more significant than is usual. It is, of course, welcome, but has necessitated some further thinking, and I'm very grateful to all parties who've agreed to bring this about, the Chief Executive, the Section 151 Officer and the Monitoring Officer for their guidance, and to the minority parties for their pragmatic agreement in making this meeting, with all of its complexities, as streamlined as possible. I'm sure that we will find something to disagree on this evening, but hopefully the arcane corners of the Constitution won't be one of them. In that spirit, and following cross-party discussions facilitated by the Chief Executive, we've sought to find common ground where there appears to be agreement and incorporated those lines into our budget amendment and thank other groups for their constructive engagement. In terms of income, the amendment covers the £546,000 government uplift, £151,000 reduction in the council's own marketing function as suggested by other groups, and an increase in seafront parking charges. Officers have provided updated advice on the deliverability of that further income, and we've incorporated this Liberal Democrat proposal into our amendment. However, we do have a bit of apprehension about the degree of risk, and hence we're proposing a rather greater provision for the reserve. The amendment breaks down broadly into a few areas where Cabinet and CMB had anticipated the savings would be necessary, but further work means that they can be continued, and input from other groups shows how much they're valued across the Chamber. They support our focus on community safety, cultural investment, and ways to champion our outstanding community and voluntary sector, all the while asking whether there are other routes or other people to provide that funding. We have an impressive record on our investment in community safety, but in preparing for the budget, we acknowledge that the CSAS team did have difficulty in recruiting to these roles. To support this function, we're working with other frontline staff to allow them to have the same accreditation. However, it is clearly something that others really value too, so we're very happy to redouble our efforts to recruit to those positions, and hence have returned that line. We also often hear in this chamber how important the customer contact centre is to members and to those residents who find it less easy to engage with the council on a digital level. And we're pleased to provide that ongoing investment to develop the service further over the next year as our transformation programme becomes more fully embedded. Having listened to others, we also provide additional funding to support our libraries, our high streets, parks and concessionary transport, including those affected by the deputation that we heard earlier. The iterative nature of this year's budget has gone later than we might normally expect, but we make no apology for making every effort to shake the tree before we decided to raise council tax. We know that for others this will be the first point of call, but that of course is where we've always differed. It is very much in the interests of our residents, businesses and visitors that we swiftly take the last step to forward to finalise this budget. I know that each and every one of us has those interests in mind, and I hope you're equally committed to resolving these final points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Green, with 3 seconds to spare. We have received notice of 2 alternative budget amendments. I now call on Councillor Slade and Councillor Mike Cox as proposer seconder of the first amendment to move their amendments, for which they have 15 minutes.
Point of clarification. Sorry, just point of clarification. It's going to be proposed by Councillor Mike Cox and seconded by Councillor Paul Hilliard. That was in the papers.
It's not on my notes, so I do apologise for that.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this needs to be brought up in some way. But sorry, what I should say, point of order on, well, if it's procedural rule 14, Appendix 3. There is no such thing as a point of clarification that needs to be taken. I think in this, well, I would hope that the leader of the council, the previous leader of the council, would understand that, the Constitution, and if not, then to at least do yourself the respect, Mr. Chairman, of making sure that she reads it before making those points. But I would be grateful, Mr. Chairman, if you could point out again that under that Section 13, there is no such thing as a point of clarification, and there is no opportunity for people to stand up and make it. Thank you.
Thank you for the letter of the law there, Councillor Green. I appreciate that. Councillor Slade, obviously, when it comes to my notes here that were prepared shortly before the meeting, whilst you were on the train, it is obviously, from your opinion, incorrect. So I'm happy to have it on record.
The paper was always noted, and I think that was advised to Democratic Services and to Mr Richards when it was submitted, that it was always going to be that way.
So the proposer is?
Councillor Mike Cox, and seconded by Councillor Paul Hilliard of the Christchurch Independents.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slade. So I call upon Councillor Cox, please, to propose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, fellow councillors. I'm delighted to propose an amendment to the budget, which has been a further amendment to the Conservatives' administration, following sight of our proposals from the Unity Alliance and from Pool Engage. Councillor Broadhead lauds it that it was a consensual budget. I'm afraid you've got a warped sense of consensus when we've spent actually 0 hours talking to each other directly. If you had consensus, then you would speak to me directly, and you never did, despite assurances from that you would do to Councillor June-Scott. But however, I welcome the fact that you want to bring stability, which is what you said in your introduction as leader. That would seem to imply that there was instability. However, before I get into the meat of this, I must pay tribute to the officers, particularly Adam Richards, who's put in a superhuman effort into the production of this year's budget and ridiculous late amendments. It must have been a Herculean task, and so Adam and his team should be highly commended for their diligence and for their bravery in what they've produced. Despite what Councillor Broadhead said, the irrefutable fact is that BCP is in a dire financial state. You just have to look at the amount of savings that are writ large in the Section 25 report of the Section 151 officer. £35 million worth of savings we have to produce this year, and that is equivalent to what we've had to do over the last 3 years. That is a huge risk. What we and others have amended has not altered that fact, not one jot. This budget, which forces us to swallow £32 million worth of cuts and savings, is a testament to the failure of the Conservative administration in dabbling in fantasy economics, illegal schemes, vanity projects and weak leadership. When the administration took over, they had a balanced financial position, as already verified by the Chief Financial Officer in numerous meetings, and a £70 million plus of reserves. That legacy has been squandered in the most reckless and criminally negligent way possible. It was arrogant to seize power, to seize 100% control with 28% of the vote. It was arrogant to waste millions of pounds on vanity projects, and it was arrogant to destroy a decent scrutiny process. There is clear and direct accountability for the shambles that BCP now finds itself in, and that is the Conservative Cabinet and its hangers-on. Now, which Conservative Cabinet? I have no idea. I don't think we have a Conservative Cabinet at the moment. We just have a leader. Those people enabled the disastrous leadership of Councillor Mellor and Broadhead. One has taken the coward's way out and resigned rather than face the music. The other, well, I'm afraid he's just continuing to do what he does best, spinning faster than a spinning top. Let me remind Council, when this process started, there was a base budget diligently worked out by officers using agreed traditional methods. A massively risky budget with hugely painful cuts in valued services. When the former leader, the Councillor for Recklessness, decided to come back from his holidays, he threw the whole process into turmoil by insisting that he had a Baldrick-style cunning plan to cut council tax. The Councillor for Spin backed him 100%, saying that they would, I quote, strain every sinew to reduce council tax. Thankfully, the auditors intervened, and within days, the said Councillor for Recklessness resigns, thereby avoiding further scrutiny, responsibility and the need to apologise. To our shame, his actions have even been quoted up and down the country. Well, at least in Bolton, anyway. So, Councillor Broadhead, the man who promised to strain every sinew to reduce council tax takes over and is granted £546,000 to appease £546,000 one-off gift from the government coffers. So he throws £400,000 to appease the howls of indignation from members, to be fair, howls from all sides of the chamber, and pockets the difference on more vanity projects. Not exactly straining every sinew, is it, Phil? The Unity Alliance worked hard to produce a £1.2 million of additional resources to not only stop these cuts this year, but to save them from occurring in future years. Half of this is from increased income, largely from tourists, and the remainder from cuts in PR and marketing and cuts to giving advice to businesses. More than half have been accepted, and I thank them for that. The full Unity Alliance budget proposed saving all the cuts to the CAB and voluntary grants, all the cuts to community grants, all the cuts to paddling pools, all the cuts to arts development, all the cuts to communities compact with partners, all the cuts to highways maintenance, 100,000 of the cuts to the customer contact centre, all of the cuts to community development, all of the CSAS and ASB and community officers, all of the cuts to discretionary fares, all of the cuts to community transport, nearly £1.1 million of savings to services. All the amendments tonight just scratch at the surface of a multi-million-pound budget. The UA, when it takes control in May, as it surely will, is committed to doing a root and branch review of BCP finances using a zero-budget-based approach in order to weed out excessive expenditure, focus on residents' priorities, not their friends' priorities, accelerate pay harmonisation, restore pride in working in BCP, and constitutionally protect the rights of every councillor and every resident to ask the awkward questions and to hold this administration, irrespective of colour, to account. I talked at length to Pool Engage during this process and offered a fair compromise for a unified motion. I would like to say I was rejected, but I never got an answer, which was disappointing. Nevertheless, in the spirit of cooperation, I welcome and are happy to incorporate some of the proposals into the UA amendment tonight. This amendment is about continuing to make the right choices for the residents of BCP, maintaining our highways, protecting arts and sports, and developing libraries. These are choices that we make. I would therefore ask the Council to accept our adjusted amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Hilliard, I understand you will be second.
Thank you, Chair.
You have 7 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you. I'm pleased to second this community's budget amendment. Firstly, it is important to recognise this is referred to as a Liberal-led budget, as Councillor Cox is a highly qualified and experienced accountant. Why would we not use his knowledge when working cross-party? We fully understand from the auditors the precarious position that the Tory administration has left BCP Council in. From not managing the finances in a conservative way from day one, and in particular since the budget setting in 2022, the administration has now been searching for legal and lower risk ways to fill the budget deficit. For several months, all officer teams within the Council have been cutting back on spending and looking for future savings. When we saw the list of proposed savings for April 2023 and July 2023, we were concerned that several resident-focused services and benefits to the community would be cut immediately or within a year. Grassroots support in the community is vital to identify needs immediately, otherwise issues can escalate quickly along with costs and resource impacts. Furthermore, we felt that some peripheral expenditure was being maintained, which in the short term would provide little benefit to residents and businesses. So our community's budget's amendment proposal retains vital services to achieve the Council's priorities that we all signed up for, providing for our residents and businesses fulfilled lives, brighter futures, connected communities, sustainable environment, and dynamic places. Common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Okay, so I'd like to open up to members to debate the amendment. Please indicate in the normal way. Thank you, Councillor Filer. Councillor Iyengar, please. You are indicating.
Excuse me, I have a budget amendment, please, Chairman. May I present mine?
We have to debate them one at a time. So can we debate the first amendment, please? Sorry, are people indicating or waving? Nobody? Yes, Councillor Green, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there were others that were indicating as well. I just wanted to bring up a couple of little things that on this one then. First of all, we're talking about the budget. I'm really referring to what the proposed and secondary of the amendment to be talking about. And they talk about the disastrous situation. I would like to remind them that when this administration took over, as I held up in the piece of paper at only the last meeting after I'd been challenged on it, we were looking at a £49 million deficit. What is the situation at the moment, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order. A point of order. This has already been sorted out.
Councillor Cox, please take your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, having inherited the £49 million deficit for the following year, we have now produced a balanced budget as verified by the Section 151 officer. Sorry about that. We are talking here about £32 million worth of savings, which apparently is an awful situation according to the mover of the amendment. He also then talks about what they would do as soon as they come into office, which was look for every saving they can possibly get. Well, there are opportunities to decide which savings you might not want to make. There are opportunities to show that you are a different administration, that you would be a different administration, that you have different ideas, that really big different ideas. But what actually is the situation? What we've come up with is a very small number of amendments amounting to approximately 0.1% of the Conservative budget. So you agree with 99.9% of it, and yet the residents of BCP are meant to believe that you offer something totally different. The fact is that you don't. The difference that we are talking about here is we are talking about our opportunity for introducing a high street renewal fund. We are looking at our opportunity to maintain the economic development team and the approach from them, which is driving the economy of these three towns. We're talking about the Christmas lights for Christchurch, etc., which you're happy to see sacrificed. But there are bigger ideas in here as well. We're talking about the customer service centre, where we know that there are failures at the moment, that it is not performing in the way that we would want. And so what we are doing is we are not going to make any savings from that, any cut to the budget. The Liberal Democrat amendment proposes to do so. You know, all of these are proposed within there, and that is without going into the largest deliverer of economic value to our towns, the Air Festival. Because the Air Festival, as we heard earlier, brings in £30 million worth of value. If we were to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment, which is to halve the budget for that, the 200,000, it would no longer be viable. We know that, we know the way it works, and I think that it is disingenuous to put in the idea that you would be able just to halve it. It wouldn't, it would kill it, and I don't believe that that is right for our biggest industry, the hospitality industry and the tourism industry.
That's 3
in this
minutes.
town.
Thank you, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Well, it's interesting how we see things differently on different sides. And quite frankly, we have been left with a quagmire of a financial situation, and I cannot accept Councillor Green's statement that all is well on the blue front, because it's not. The result of the former leaders' cavalier approach to public money and the support for a dodgy deal in the last budget, which, as we all know, was described as such by the Minister, left a 52 million hole in that budget, which we are suffering from with the current budget. And it is not possible in 1 year to turn that budget around to the extent that is being suggested. And we are all going to have to live with the issues and the debt. Just think, 2 years ago, we had nearly 100 million in unearmarked reserves. That has been eaten away, and this third year is taking even more away, so that we've now lost over 100 million of reserves, which could have been used for other things. We have also increased the debt It is currently somewhere in excess of 700 million. When we started this council, it was in the region of 400 million, and the threshold has now gone up to 1.3 billion. That is where the money has gone. That is how they have tried to balance the books, by putting us into debt and by taking away the earmarked reserves. And if you look at the Section 25 summary of the budget by the Head of Finance, you will find that there are risks after risk after risk which we are all going to face. And many of those mean that there is no sustainability in the budget that's being proposed. Unfortunately, whichever amendment you vote for, you will end up also voting for all the issues relating to the base budget. We've got several million in there of unidentified items which still have not been identified, and yet the budget is supposedly balanced. In the transformation, we've got to find over £29 million this year in savings, and yet every year so far, those targets that have been set have not been met. The projection, therefore, is not very good in terms of ending up with a balanced budget or resolving the situation. But moving on from that to the amendment items, yes, they are minor in the context of the hundreds of millions of pounds of the base budget. However, to individual people or individual groups of people, they are important. And I just want to pick out two. It's mentioned that they have put back the money for the Christmas lights in certain district areas. What that actually does is discriminate against those district centres and areas that do not have the funding or any funding reinstated.
That's your 3 minutes, Councillor Brooke.
To them. And thirdly...
That's your 3 minutes, Councillor Brooke.
Sorry. Thank you.
So sorry. I think Councillor Broadhead, you indicated to speak, but you'll only be able to do that at the end for the summing up. We've just looked at the Constitution on the summing up.
Chairman, the Constitution says if an amendment is moved, the mover of the original motion shall have a right to reply at the end of the debate, but shall not otherwise speak on it.
Thank you. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you. Just get the old headphones off. Okay. You probably won't be surprised. There's a couple of things on these alternative budgets that kind of really concern me. And I've got to be honest, I think from some of you over there, it really is a last-ditch attempt to make people think that some of you actually care about tourism and culture, when every budget proposal that involves investment in culture you voted against, something I've brought forward. This administration has spent hundreds of thousands on arts and culture festivals, and it's benefited every town and generates millions to the economy. The Air Festival, as Councillor Green started to explain, itself generates 30 million to our economy. And let me be clear, as far as the budget is concerned, there is no difference to the end result between removing the funding and halving it. It's a zero-sum game. The Seafront generates an extra 200,000 from the Air Festival, and car parking income 170k. So whatever you attempt to take out creates a budget pressure of equal value elsewhere. You literally have no money to spend because you've lost it somewhere else. Now, the UA had a portfolio holder for tourism. How could you possibly not know anything about the costs and the income associated with the Air Festival? The assumption that you can simply halve it and save half the investment shows a complete lack of knowledge of the event. Infrastructure has fixed costs. Traders may decide half a festival doesn't work for them. The display aircraft may decide it's not worth it. On top of all of that, concerns have been raised by safety groups of the danger of trying to condense the crowds from what is usually a 4-day event into 2. Both proposals will ultimately serve to end the festival, only 6 months away. Why would you want to do that to our hospitality sector? The entire conurbation benefits from this festival. And those of you with seafront wards in particular who vote for this can explain to your residents why you would take away something loved by so many residents and visitors that will affect our economy and jobs. The Cultural Compact. Had any of you bothered to speak to Morag Wood, the chair of the Compact, you would know we're at the finishing line. The cultural strategy, the output of years of work, I'm bringing it to Cabinet in 3 weeks. Further, the Compact is moving to AUB. They will be hosting it as it takes on a new life outside of the Council, where we are a partner. There's ring-fenced amount going into the compact of 35,000, and following discussions with the Arts Council of England, there's some funding opportunities it's pursuing. There are also funding opportunities through its own member board, the very reason it was established to bring these partners to the table. All of this has enabled us to use that previously allocated 100k to where it's needed to benefit our residents. Had you bothered to speak to anybody, you'd know all of this. And on top of all of that, outside of this council, I'm working with the leading cultural figures and local philanthropists to establish a cultural trust for the purpose of supporting culture across the conurbation. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to? Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to take the full 3 minutes because I think we just need to clarify a few mistruths that continue to be made across the other side of the chamber. I've actually when the first mistruth was told about the £50 million, and then it was mistruthed and mistruthed and mistruthed, because we're not allowed to use the L word, we clarified with the Section 151 officer that the former Unity Alliance administration did not leave the council with a £50 million hole. We've had to rebuff it every time because the mistruths, nobody will call them out. And I'm going to refer you in my 3 minutes to the statements that have actually been made with the assistance of the Section 151 officer when it was first mistruthed last summer, when we had to put it in the newspapers. In May of 2020, in the middle of a global pandemic, there was a prediction that we would have had a £53 million hole should the pandemic continue for 6 months. That prediction was revised to 22 million by the end of that month. And figure 1, paragraph 18 of the budget paper from June 2020 clearly states a zero residual funding gap. So this must be the last time that the lie, which it is not rebuffed by the chair. It is not fair to continue to tell the chamber.
I prefer the term mistruth.
I will repeat mistruth then. But it's not acceptable. I withdraw the word lie and replace it with mistruth again.
Thank you. Please.
The other point that I think is really important to make is the impassioned plea on behalf of the Customer Contact Centre, the impassioned plea on behalf of the Air Festival, on behalf of all of the other things which have been restored. They were all in the Conservative budget cuts until a week ago. The Air Festival was in the original proposal, which we had a budget cafe along with the new alternative innovative arrangement, and it didn't make it into the final one. It didn't make it into the final one. But it was at the budget cafe where the alternative attempt to fund the council another way was also said. But customer contact centres that they've just so clearly, impassionately said are necessary, we would have happily replaced the lot. But what we've done is to reached out to Paul Engage and actually incorporated some of their changes.
5 seconds, Councillor
Thank you.
Slade.
Transformation is the other thing. We still don't know what transformation is going to mean, and we still don't have our cross-party group to actually scrutinise it.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Thank you. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to call out some of these mistruths as well. It's really sad. We've had a venture capital way of doing things, and that clearly isn't how you should deal with the public finance. But the spin continues, and it's really not reasonable. One of the key things with the Unity Alliance amendment is that it's ongoing. It's not just a one-year deferral. The original proposal, the List 2 deferral, was pushed the worst cuts to things like the Citizens Advice Bureau, the Community Advising Network, into after the next election to make them a problem for the next administration. That was very cynical. These are being restored now under what we've heard from the administration, but only on a one-year basis. What we attempted to do was to find some realistic and difficult savings in order to balance those out to be able to give those organisations that are helping our least fortunate in society and are needed enormously given the Conservative government's shenanigans to actually survive and thrive. And I think it's really unfair. They talked about the fire sales. Well, the only fire sale that's gone in is the Conservative administration, and it's selling assets that were actually bringing in income to offset increases in council tax. And yet they still play back this idea that we were selling things off which we'd never got to. And then also the Christmas decorations. That was a Conservative cut that is now being played as a Lib Dem one because the Unity Alliance accepted some of the lines would need to go given the total amount of money there. But I think the key difference, the key thing with what we've proposed is realistic savings to generate the money to actually continue with some of these essential things. It is incredible that the leader for sustainability and climate change within the council doesn't see the need to move away from the air festival. And I know that there's something about Bournemouth. Bournemouth councillors seem to believe that the only game in town is tourism. There are many other aspects to life in BCP that bring income to this area. It's not just all about tourism. And there are many people who absolutely hate the air festival who move out of town while it's on to avoid the noise and the crowds. We need to move beyond something that is now dated and not for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any other members? Please, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on the Air Festival. The Air Festival is good for this town. It's good for Poole. It's also good for Christchurch, as we've all heard. I was involved with the Air Festival as a cabinet member from 2012 to 2017, and it was a pleasure to watch up to 1 million people enjoy a good weekend in Bournemouth and keep coming back to Bournemouth as well. It's good for the town, it's good for the area, it's good for all of the BCP. I would plea with anybody that wants to cut it to think again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I understand Councillor Iyengar, you indicated.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Within the UA's budget amendment, there are two very important things that I don't think have been discussed so far. One is obviously the parking charges increase, which is a cornerstone of the proposal. It's the thing generating most of the revenue by which other things are funded. And separately, the other thing is the economic development, the standing down of the economic development function. I think I'm actually asking a question that needs to be answered by somebody, I guess, who hasn't spoken yet, which is just tell us more about the risks that you've anticipated with the car park prices increase. I must say my own experience from that, not from running transportation, but being the Seafront Cabinet member, is that it's not just visiting tourists who come to the seafront, it is local people for whom the seafront is more than a walk away, let's say. There may be people of modest means, there may be dog walkers, there may be people coming there for the windsurfing, the surfboarding and so on and so forth, and they need to come with their car. That's one thing. The other thing is I do accept that I think part of the proposal is that a resident scheme, when there's time to implement it, will come in from the following summer. But of course, the intention not being to put the residence price back down again, but to actually accelerate the visiting tourist price even further. So please, I would like a comment from somebody on that side, which is, where's the sort of the test of fairness in all of this? Is it broadly acceptable across the entire seafront, where many different councillors are ward councillors? And the second thing is, are we sure we won't lose the volume more than disproportionately? And also the aspect of rogue parking as well, where people take the view that, well, actually, it's probably worth it to rogue park because it's not much more than actually the parking charge. Thank you. I'd welcome a comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Howell, I think you indicated next, please.
Thank you. It's disappointing but not surprising that the new leader of the council has continued with the mistruths. He actually attended the Audit and Governance Committee, the last one, and he will have heard how the auditor, how concerned the auditor was about the state of the council's finances and how they are, the auditor considers them far from being sustainable at the moment, and that's a situation that the auditor has confirmed over a number of meetings. So it's just incorrect to say, as the leader did, that the council's finances are in a good state. It is, I think, looking at this budget, essentially what the administration has done. Well, we don't really have an administration, but we have one person at the moment, as has been pointed out. But it's boxed the people in this room into a corner, the councillors, because the council's not currently allowed to spend any money unless it's authorised by the chief financial officer. The auditors are not allowing any flexibility in terms of the council tax. So from this side, we've had to work with a very constrained position. But in the event that things change and there's a change around of administration in May, I'm sure when we look under the bonnet, we'll find lots of other nasties, and it will give councillors an opportunity to really see what the true situation is, and then we can look to address it with a revised budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Brown, I understand you next.
Thank you, Chair. As the previous Cabinet Member for Finance under the Unity Alliance, setting a balanced budget, delivering the priorities of the Unity Alliance in February 2020, I have to say that I've just sat through the past couple of years aghast at the reckless financial approach of this Conservative administration. Over these past couple of years, this administration has prioritised its vanity projects. It's been wasting millions of council taxpayers' money. It's plundered the reserves of this council to an unprecedented level. And also the reserves that were left from the preceding Bournemouth Council, Paulborough Council and Christchurch District Council that were inherited by BCP. They're gone. It's borrowed to previously unseen levels, and it's now increased the debt ceiling to £1.3 billion. It's got in the budget here millions and millions of pounds of unidentified savings, which are incredibly risky because we don't know what they are and whether they can be delivered. It's now had to have a fire sale of assets, mainly assets that were acquired from the previous Paulborough Council and Christchurch District Council, I'd note. But it's still giving residents a maximum council tax increase, despite all of that mess. Some people have called this Conservative administration's approach casino economics. To me, it's more like monopoly economics. They've been given millions to their friends. They're proposing to build a hotel here and a hotel there. They're going to put a couple of houses here and a couple of houses there. I also almost expect this administration to next announce that they're going to buy the waterworks, buy the electric company and buy King's Cross Station. They keep saying all councils are suffering like this. Everybody's got a cost of living crisis. So if so, then why have our neighbours in Dorset Council only got a 4% increase and no cuts to frontline services? Instead of £35 million of cuts to services this year, as much as we've done in the last 3 years. If it's also positive, then why has the external auditor written a letter regarding this administration's budget statements last week? And at the Audit and Governance Committee, Grant Thornton confirmed that that was unique. They hadn't written any similar letter to any other local authority in this country this year. BCP's council finances are unique in this country. The key differences of this Unity Alliance proposal are towards the bottom. An additional £300,000 to prioritise highway maintenance rather than the proposals from this Conservative administration to cut highway maintenance by 10%. Our residents don't deserve that. They're constantly complaining about the state of the roads, the potholes, the need for maintenance, and you're proposing to cut highways maintenance. That's awful. That is not listening to your residents. If you listen to the residents in the consultation, they didn't think that events needed to be prioritised. They wanted highways maintenance done, and you're ignoring the residents.
10 seconds, Councillor Brown.
There's also £195,000 to prioritise community development, again listening to what the residents want. This Conservative administration is arrogant and not listening to the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to, first of all, I don't think he's listening, but I'd like to congratulate Councillor Broadhead on his new position. And looking at the front bench there, looks like the old Bournemouth gang's back together again, as Councillor Miller's now sitting over there. So nice to see you all back in the old team back together again. Councillor Broadhead has, I think, 72 days before May the 4th elections. So he might last longer than Liz Truss or a lettuce. So good luck with that one. Councillor Broadhead is indeed a much more amiable fellow than his predecessor, Councillor Mellor. Nice to see you, Drew. But he does have a fundamental flaw, and that's he's always spinning. We know that. I mean, that's his nickname. And I don't mean that nastily, but a couple of things I wanted to just pick you up on from earlier on. You talked about cross-party working. And I maybe don't understand what cross-party working is, but as far as I know, you haven't spoken to Mike Cox and you haven't spoken to Paul Hilliard directly. I don't know how the cross-party has been working, but you know, I think that's a little bit misleading. And the other thing that is even more misleading is the fact that you mentioned earlier on about council tax in Christchurch and how the residents of Christchurch are going to do really well. Well, let me remind you that it's only due to the Christchurch Independents working as part of the alliance that the council tax harmonisation in Christchurch was done in 1 year, not the 7 years that were proposed by you and Councillor Beasley and all the others. So let's just set the record straight on that. When I was elected to this council only 3 months ago, it seems like 3 years, but 3 months ago, I had one text message from across the other side. And it said, "Congratulations, welcome to the asylum." And I think this budget process, let's not look at it in the last few weeks, look at it in the last few months, really typifies the insanity that has gripped this council under this administration. Some of this stuff's been mentioned, so I'm going to whip through it quickly. The beach hut budget, the secret reports, KPMG, the dodgy deals, requests for bailouts, worried auditors, worried chief financial officer who goes on the radio and speculates that there might have to be a section 114, fire sales, more warnings from the auditors, and the leader who throws his toys out the pram and criticises everybody and quits a week before the budget. That is no way to run a local authority. Let me just share with you, I'm conscious time is running out.
10 seconds, Councillor Martin. 10 seconds.
Oh, crikey. Okay. All right, well, I'm not just going to blame Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Mellor. I blame all you lot, those of you who stay silent, those of you who are sycophants, those of you who switch sides. You've all enabled this to happen, this mess of the local authority's finances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Filer, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I find myself in the strange position of agreeing with Councillor Brown that the residents will be furious. And I'm talking about car parking, their proposal for car parking on the seafront. Car parking on the seafront for visitors is part of their holiday. That's what they pay for. And a lot of them live within, come down here and stay in our hotels and stay on the seafront area. They can walk to the beach. I represent the biggest seaside ward, Eastcliff and Springbourne. It goes right the way along from Boscombe Pier to Bournemouth Pier. And every single day of the week I'm getting letters from residents who feel so desperately disadvantaged because they can't go to the beach. Most of our residents in this town don't live along the seafront. Most of them couldn't afford to live along the seafront. And they live inland. And the swinging costs of being able to park down to the beach, and it's not just people who want to go down there already, it's people who've got any sort of disability, just can't get to the beach. Unfortunately, the lift is out of action, and the only way that people can get to their beach huts, can get down there at all, is by car, with this proposal it would become prohibitively expensive. It'll be the residents who are impacted on that, not the visitors. Last summer, we saw so many visitors coming here and 4 people in a car prepared to park anywhere, certainly not in a car park, but anywhere on the road. It was cheaper for them to get a fine because we're limited to the amount we can we can charge for a fine. It was cheaper for them to pay the 80 quid for a day, £20 each. They come with their picnic, they come with their chairs, we get nothing out of them, and we'll find more and more of them doing that, just parking randomly anywhere. And as far as the Air Festival goes, how desperately sad. This was a great innovation for the economy of Bournemouth. The money circulates right round the conurbation. I believe I sent an email recently. It isn't just the people who are on the seafront again. Every taxi driver, every bus driver, everybody who benefits from that at the end of the season. It's not in the high season when they're going to be busy anywhere. It extends the season right the way through to the day before the kids go back to school. It's a fantastic, it might not be everybody's taste, but it's a fantastic showcase for Bournemouth and for Poole and for Christchurch. It's been extended. It brings in the money. It brings in such a lot of money, and it brings a huge amount of people to this area who'll come back again on their holidays. It would be devastating just to make a decision to cancel it at the last minute, a few months before. Absolutely devastating for business and for residents alike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Kelly, you indicated next.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I'd like to commend the reinstatement of funding in our budget amendments following the additional amounts becoming available to us in recent days. The SEDCAT services, as we've heard earlier in the meeting, offer a fantastic service for those who find it difficult to use public transport for any reason. We know how important it is for everyone to be able to retain their independence and go out and about regularly. SEDCAT are very much reliant on volunteer drivers, so I'm delighted to see that we are now able to continue to support their other costs with this funding. Also, reinstating the funding for our community advice and voluntary sector partners is so welcome, as we do rely on them so very much to assist many of our residents with many diverse issues. Thousands of people across BCP have reason to be grateful to these organisations every year. The knowledge and skills of their staff is hugely appreciated. Notable amongst our achievements within communities is the Access to Food Partnership. This group was established in 2020 and has built on the work of the Dorset Hidden Hunger 2019 conference. The mission is to ensure that everyone can access food when in crisis, to equip individuals and families with the confidence, skills and resources to consistently feed themselves nourishing food. There is also an ambition to make access to food a priority in local policy and decision making. An interactive food map has been produced so that everyone can see exactly where every food bank, community hub and lunch club is situated in BCP, along with their opening hours and services offered. This partnership has achieved external funding to deliver many projects over the last 2 years, all enabling residents to overcome any lack of knowledge on what is available and any reticence in wanting to avail themselves of those services. They have also been nominated for regional awards for services to communities. Resources given to projects such as this show how committed we have been and are to our communities across BCP. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Le Pedersen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had to check my diary because I couldn't really understand that it was only a year ago that we were sat in the BIC and we heard first from the former leader about the cunning plan to raise money by selling off the beach huts. But it was only a year. But we are now on to version 3 of cunning plans, dodgy deals. As soon as the government announced and confirmed that we were right all along to consider the beach hut plan a very dodgy, we switched, the administration switched to looking for a capitalisation direction, 60 or 70 million pounds over 3 years. And the government kindly said that they were minded to award 20 million for the forthcoming year. But one is tempted to think that the reason why the administration have now had second thoughts on that, which at the time they were saying was a wonderful scheme, solved all our problems, was the knowledge that the administration would be subject to financial and governance scrutiny. So we come up with version 3, a rushed sale of assets, income-producing assets, with definitely more to come. So instead of talking about the cunning plan that I did last year, I've got another slogan from popular culture: this is another fine mess you've got us into. And by you, I don't mean the former leader and his deputy, I don't even mean the cabinet, I mean everybody who has facilitated their dodgy deals, their choice of priorities, because it is a choice of priorities. Priorities for vanity projects, for schemes that most residents really don't want. And the answer is to look at things, get your priorities right, look at things as we are looking for the needs and the wishes of the residents. The most important people here in the area are the residents. They come first, they put us here, they pay the money. We should be looking for their needs, their priorities, and that is what, in an initially small way, the UA budget amendment is seeking to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belvin. Councillor Rampton, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm listening to the debate on the other side of the chamber with a great deal of interest. And one striking thing that everybody seems to have in common is that nobody's really speaking to the budget. And, to their amendment to the budget. Instead, well, as usual, they're using that opportunity to bash a Tory, aren't they? It's so tedious, it's so pathetic, and unfortunately, it's so expected. They have no alternative budget. They have no better vision. In fact, they have no vision. They've got no understanding of return on investment. It was seen, for example, the air show and what that brings in to the conurbation, not to Bournemouth, to the conurbation. They complain. They complain about spending. They complain about cuts. They complain about mistruths, but nothing about their plans because they have none. We have unprecedented pressure in adult social care, for example, because of the last 3 years. And that's why this administration has protected it with £25.5 million of investment. It's a priority. Look at our budget. Look at our priorities. Don't you wish that you had some that you could express instead of just having a go at us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification. I don't think this amendment has actually suggested cancelling the air show. What it's done is suggested that the budget be reduced by 200k. Now, I would suggest that if you don't have a VIP entertainment tent, you can save yourself £176,000.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Green N, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Unlike many others, I shall indeed speak to the agenda item before us. I wish I could ridicule this budget amendment as purely the work of the Fun Police and those who wish to cancel Christmas. The trouble is that this is far more serious. Those who have understood the benefits of the Air Festival and notwithstanding Councillor Bartlett's jest at our expense, much appreciated, have indeed looked, of course they look, we always look, to see whether it could be delivered with more sponsorship, with other efficiencies, but it's simply not achievable. To do something properly, you need to invest properly, and to suggest that it can be halved and still deliver the meaningful festival is a bit of, shall we call it, willful self-delusion. Councillor Dunlop has referred to those who represent seafront wards. Let me refer to those who don't. The Air Festival is an enormous free event attended by those from many of our less affluent areas, those who many of us represent, residents who cannot afford a holiday away or an expensive day out to a theme park. But they are to be denied by those opposite a free day out in their local area, taking advantage of their beach, their seafront, their community. Where else will they see the red arrows? Where else will those children have the opportunity to aspire? Why does the work of the John King Trust resonate so well with children of our community with whom they work? Councillor Hadley, you're quite right. It's not just all about tourism. But what a shame, therefore, that you don't also support our High Streets Fund to help out small businesses, and you're removing the economic function which might help anyone else.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Something that nobody's mentioned so far is in the list of all the cuts, the savings, the fact that Poole has got quite a few cuts in our events. Unlike the air show, which is a huge event, we've got things like Folk on the Quay, Poole Goes Vintage, Dream Machines, which bring in an awful lot of money to local businesses, and I'd rather put a bit of money in that. And in fact, one of them is only a few £1,000s. The other thing is planning. To stop sending neighbour notification letters to people for planning applications is outrageous. I know this isn't, legally bound, but it is very good practice, and it's one of the things that our residents are most bothered about. If they've got to keep looking at posts to see if they can find a planning application, some people can't get out to see them. Lots of them are in obscure places. Surely some of the planning department could easily, if they're worried about postage, could easily hand deliver a few letters around while they're putting the site notice up. That's what's happened in other councils in the past. That would be very low cost. So to me, that sort of thing should be included. The other thing is planning enforcement. If planning enforcement isn't enforced, people will just run roughshod. You may as well not have a planning system. So I think that's really important, and that's really been overlooked, I think. So, we've got lots of things to consider. I know it's difficult, but those are the things that are really important, I think. And, considering the amount of money, there are lots of things that people can do at a cheap cost. And for information for everyone, if you want to see red arrows, you can often see them from Upton Country Park.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any other members indicating they wish to contribute to the debate? Okay, so at this point, can I, the debate on the amendment, can I call on the proposer of the amendment to sum up? That's Councillor Cox. Yeah, you're after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try and deal with some of the points, some of the very good points that were raised. I'll first of all deal with Mohan's intelligent questioning of the car park increases, which is now a proposal for the Conservatives as well. And that is to do with residents' fairness for poorer people from outside of the centre of Bournemouth. At the moment, the officers have said there is zero elasticity in this, and therefore there won't be any reduction in income. But the point about fairness is reasonable, and that's why we are going to introduce a residence card as soon as possible. We're going to fast-track that so that we give discounts to residents across the borough to use parking and leisure facilities. And I think in terms of Councillor Filer, presumably you were talking about car parking. Presumably you're going to vote against your own party's budget, I'm afraid, because it's in their budget as well. In terms of the air show, it's been made several times that it raises £30 million for the economy. I accept that. Then why doesn't the economy pay for it? Why are residents having to pay for it? And therefore, all we're doing, as Councillor Bartlett has said, we are not proposing to cancel it. All we're proposing to do is that BCP should rein back its investment in that, and then somebody else should pick up the tab. As for Councillor Green, he says we've no big idea. Well, he's got a big plan, of course. He likes to talk about his big plan, but we don't have a big plan. I accept we don't have a big plan. We have a residence plan, and it's all about residents. It's not about the size of whatever he decides to talk about. And in terms of, and when he's talking about the size of the budget, his budget, our budget, the UA budget, was 3 times the size of the Conservative budget, the original budget, and it was sustainable, which is more than theirs was. Theirs was a one-off budget. That was the original budget I'm talking about, no, not the amended budget. And as for the Christmas lights, well, for goodness sake, that was in the Conservative budget in the first place. All we're doing is putting it back in. You wanted to cancel them, and we've decided we have to spend it on other things rather than Christmas lights. So, and as for Councillor Rampton, come on, please, give me strength. Investing in adult social care, £25 million. All you're doing is keeping up with demand-led pressures. That's all you're doing. You're not investing in adult social care. You're just spending more money. That's what you're doing in reality. So I think I'll leave it there for now, and I hope that people will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. I now call upon the proposer of the original budget, Councillor Broadhead, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do apologise. I was perhaps being a bit adventurous in my opening speech, just trying to calm the language down, only immediately to be called a number of names. And it's a shame that we resort to that level, but I certainly won't be. My colleagues have pointed out that in putting forward this amendment, what's been quite interesting is that not many of the councillors opposite have actually talked about their amendment at all. They've just said, we don't like you guys very much. But what I will do is speak to a number of the points that have been raised, if I can try and clarify. Councillor Brooks talked about the situation of reserves, but seems to be confused between unearmarked and earmarked reserves. Earmarked reserves are there to do a purpose, and they are spent for that purpose. Unearmarked reserves are your rainy day fund, and the budget that we're putting forward actually increases that. He also falsely accused us of using debt to balance the books. As anybody will know that pays attention, the council can only borrow, as we have done, for things like housing schemes, which actually provide local homes for local people and income into the future. We're not allowed to borrow to fill the revenue budget. We heard from Councillor Vicky Slade about a number of mistruths, and a great catchline, but unfortunately not quite correct. If she'd listened to what I was saying in my original budget speech, the black hole that I was talking about was an entirely different black hole that she was talking about. She was talking around the position that we're left in year. I was actually talking about the longer-term sustainability, the medium-term financial plan, and actually the budget table that I was looking for was actually November, a month after we took over. That was a difference of £30 million between their long-term sustainable budget and our long-term sustainable budget. She also criticised mistruths in the budget cafe. Let's be clear, she criticised us coming, and she never had a budget cafe, and talking to other councillors in a cross-party way, saying, here are some of the choices, what do you think of them? And actually the one that she singled out was one that we actually chose not to proceed with. Councillor Martin talked about... what did Councillor Martin talk about? Sorry, I'll come back to you in a moment, Councillor Martin. Councillor Iyengar did talk about the car parking. I don't think Councillor Cox quite answered the question. He was talking about a lot of the increased risks of car parking, the elasticity, and that's why, although we have accepted the Liberal Democrats' proposals, we've actually put a further contingency in place of around 20% to cover the elasticity, just in case. Councillor Brown talked about council tax and tried to lecture us, and I'm afraid I won't be lectured from council tax on Councillor Brown, because he's argued for increases every single year. Last year we froze the budget, and this year we've tried. He also asked why Dorset Council is so better off in terms of their finances. Have you looked at the difference in council tax between Dorset and BCP? I know where I would live. Final point from me is around the actual amendment themselves and the options within here. Councillor Hadley talked about restoring pride in working in BCP, and yet they are cutting the economic development budget. There was no mention in the proposer and seconder about throwing the Air Festival under the bus, and seconded by a Christchurch councillor who is proposing to cancel Christmas in Christchurch. Councillor Martin, if you put your hand up in support of this budget amendment, you are voting to cancel the Christmas funding in Highcliffe, the same with Councillor Flagg in Burton, the same with Councillor Fox in Christchurch Town Centre. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for everybody who contributed to that. We're now going to proceed to a recorded vote. So I'll hand over to the Chief Executive for a recorded vote on the amendment proposed by Mike Cox.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yes, this is a recorded vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Cox. If you're in favour of the amendment, please vote for. If you're against, please vote against, or please abstain. I will read through the names one at a time. Councillor Hazel Allen. Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
For.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley. Councillor Derek Borthwick. So for. Sorry. Councillor Borthwick. Against. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke.
For.
Councillor Nigel Brooks.
Against.
Councillor David Brown.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox. Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop. Councillor Millie Earl.
For.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
For.
Councillor George Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Filer.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg. Councillor Sean Gabriel. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
For.
Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Mark Howell.
For.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedovin.
For.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
For.
Councillor Andy Martin. Councillor Chris Matthews. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
Against.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore.
For.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
For.
Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Felicity Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson. Councillor Roberto Rocca. Councillor Vicky Slade.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent. Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Thank you, councillors.
I knew this would happen. 35 for, 35 against, 1 abstention. That then goes to the chairman's casting vote. So I record my vote. Repeat the one I've made earlier, which is against. At this juncture, I propose to call a 15-minute break, as it's exactly 2 hours since the full council restarted. I'd like you back. members. We'll resume now this full council meeting. I now call upon Councillor Iyengar and Councillor Dewsbutt as proposer and seconder of the second amendment to move their amendment. You have 15 minutes combined. Thank you. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, everyone tuning in. First of all, again, I'd like to echo the thanks of others that have already been given for the cross-working that we've had recently. I think it's been a productive 2 weeks before this council, and also, of course, to the work of the officers, many of whom I've spoken with, all the corporate directors and many others, in preparing the pool engaged budget, and of which I'll summarise it now. It's also been said, I think, quite usefully, poignantly, that we are in this debate sort of talking about £1 to £2 million in scope of a council with a sort of a gross in and out of about 700, 800 million, I think. So there is something there going forward, which is how can we make sure that we are having the right discussion around the finances of the council and not the small discussion, but one to carry forward. Members, delighted to address you as Pool Engaged this evening. We're, I think, the newest group in the council, set up just 7 months ago, and true to our motto of actions, not words. In that short time, we've created a brand name from scratch, we've gained approval from the Electoral Commission, we've secured funding, we've recruited candidates, built our membership, launched a website from scratch, particularly with the sterling efforts of Councillor Daniel behind me, launched a website from scratch, designed and filling the content ourselves, and we've also designed and hand-delivered 34,000 Christmas cards to send well wishes to residents and to introduce ourselves.
This is to speak to the member,
now,
Councillor
in this
Iyengar.
budget round for 23-24, we're glad to be the only party outside the mainstream group to be entering a budget submission, which I'm glad to summarise to you now. I need not remind any member in the House tonight about the cost of living crisis. Officers in the Council, together with partner organisations, have been doing a magnificent job to help those in need. As an example, talking to the Leader of Citizens Advice recently, they alone are handling 25% more customers because of the peak, because of cost of living. But it's not over, as we well know. It continues, it will continue throughout this year and into next year. Helping those in need is what a public service organisation does. It's what BCP Council does and should be doing more of. It's why we should, at the very least, keep the support we offer to people now and look to increase it and evolve it into the future. Let me paint that future picture a little more for a moment, if you would please. It underpins our budget submission. The future, in our view, is a council that is much closer, in a very human way, to the people it serves and represents. A key thing is to have a network of community type of based officers in a range of specialisms. Officers who listen locally, understand needs, anticipate those needs, and bring forth solutions in a bespoke way. This is backed up by an ease of contact for everybody, phone-based, in person, and where necessary, where it's expedient, online as well. All of this needs backing from this forum, starting with this forum, with the senior officers and core funding, not grant funding, core funding. Before Christmas, the Council ran a survey across BCP, online and with focus groups, to try and ascertain what people thought about the services. I'm sure hard work was done. Of 400,000, just under residents, 1,500 took part in the survey. It's a start. I think we can do much, much better. Our budget proposal follows the path that I've just described to you. By the deadline last Wednesday for submissions to the Chief Financial Officer, we had committed in writing as Pool Engage the following measures, which I lay out to you now, please. First of all, a restoration of £400,000 funding for community development officers. The basis of this recommendation is this is not a time, the right time, or even strategically the right direction to be standing down a corps of 13 officers providing vital support, namely support for community initiatives, delivery of the community engagement and volunteering, VCS strategy, support for community resilience and programmes relating to Household Support Fund, Together We Can, cost of living support and the Homes for Ukraine as well. What could be more important, please, members? A stance of handing over to the community needs to be done with care and not just thrown out there as a line. It needs to be done with care over sufficient time if the support structure is to be real and is not to be lost. However, we do accept, having committed the funding, we review a continuous improvement of its working in future. That's the first thing. Second thing, a restoration of 200,000 for funding to Customer Contact Centre. Why? Because directionally it's wrong to take away the in-person and the phone contact for residents. What a backward step. Thirdly, a restoration of 164,000 funding for officers on the street helping to keep the community safe. The CSAS, the Community Safety Accreditation Scheme officers, and community safety, the basis of our recommendation is that a cut to funding, the original rationale for the cut to funding was that it could be mitigated by accrediting other officers on the seafront and also park rangers as well, which I think has merit in itself, but it would mean they're all spread much, much thinly, and that's unacceptable. Fourthly, a restoration of 80,000 on libraries. Very close to my heart. Libraries is suffering death by 1,000 cuts. Let's reverse it. In future, they are strategically important community centres for this devolved style of government that I and many colleagues, and I'm sure many people here, would love to see taking forward. Last but one, a restoration of £50,000 for the plants and flowers. You may think it's small and frivolous. I think it's wonderful, one example being in Poole Park, but there are many other examples. Let's not lose that, okay? And finally, last but not least, restore the grand sum of £2,000 for the sports club grants. I cannot believe this was contemplated for removal. The cost to the council is ridiculously small for a leveraged benefit of having volunteers organising clubs and activities. It's the opposite direction the council needs to go in terms of firstly enabling the community and secondly promoting exercise and well-being. So how do we fund this then? Our proposal is balanced and it has the nod from the Chief Financial Officer. Firstly, on balance, after a good deal of thought, we'd save £400,000 and then some probably by taking a one-year break from the Bournemouth Air Festival. The festival will be missed by enthusiasts and it will impact the tourism sector for those 4 days, but it's a defensible decision in line with similar decisions taken by other authorities around the country to scale back or postpone major events at this time. The funds released for redeployment are significant, and the festival can stay on a watch list to be returned in whole or in part in future years. As a former portfolio holder myself for one occurrence of the Air Festival, there is a kind of painting of the fourth bridge about it. What I mean by that is after each one, the team are already busily preparing for the next one. So I'd suggest the value of a break it'll be the first time for many years in this council and possibly in Bournemouth Council that officers, together with residents, the tourism sector and others, such as the participants, can reflect on what the event might be in future in a more progressive way. That's the Air Festival. Secondly, we'd release £152,000 from marketing, while accepting the view that I think this chamber and other groups need to reflect on exactly what support we can give marketing and what product, what function we want to see. That needs to be addressed. Thirdly, release £89,000 currently allocated in a one-off amount to Poole Crematorium. Let me be very clear what I mean here on this. Poole Engage, we've lobbied very strongly for the reopening of Poole Crematorium that was closed down some while back. We are still with that stance. I'm glad to see, I think, that the paper coming to Cabinet in March will continue that stance. However, I understand this money is unlikely to be used in the budget year because the project is unlikely to move that fast. So just for expediency, we'll take that money, we'll use it where it's needed, and we'll make sure we'll lobby for the project having proper funding when it does start in 24-25. That's the logic. And finally, we released the 50,000 from the one-off grant allocated to create High Street Renewable Fund. It's not because we don't care about high streets, quite the opposite, quite the opposite. However, £50,000 is, please forgive me, an insult. I'm sorry, it's £50,000 across 3 towns. It's a one-off grant. It's not core sustainable funding. This and large amounts should be obtained through the grants dedicated to high streets at a local, regional and national level, and they all need to be accessed better by BCP. Funding can also be obtained from SIL. Therefore, our point is it releases the 50k at the moment for other causes not eligible for that funding and which desperately need it right now. There's our proposal, members. Please, thank you for listening to all of it and absolutely welcome the debate coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Irongar. Councillor Butt, you have 5 minutes and 56 seconds to
Thank you. That was the sort of the before. We had a little bit of new amendments coming in and more money being available. So I'm speaking on PEP's amendments to the administrations, that's PEP, that's Pool Engage, Easy Way, to the original proposals. Many of our original initiatives, which were absent from the Conservative budget, centred around our residents' needs, really community support and protection. and were only agreed after it was raised by PEP and, in part, by the UA. It's disappointing that this was not done first and foremost when the ruling administration budget was first put, but which, due to our bringing to the table, have now been agreed by the other groups. As it is said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Pool Engage spoke with all those at the table and all the departments regarding every area of funding stream that where we were posing our amendments. PEP proposals are restorative proposals, where funding had been removed around pivotal baseline community safety and cohesion requirements. Firstly, restoring funding for community safety CSAS officers, retaining the posts and filling those long-standing vacancies across BCP. Tackling ASB is a key priority for every member in this chamber, yet vacancies have been allowed to drag on unfilled, with the final blow of complete removal of current in-post officers. Restoring funding for community development, how could any councillor have stood in this chamber and supported the removal of standing down this exceptionally successful team of officers who provide pivotal support across all our communities? This manifests during our 2-year COVID crisis, pulling communities together to better self-provide, underpinning material delivery of community engagement and embedding this within our voluntary and community sector strategies. When residents struggle to contract the council for a myriad of needs, removing funding from our customer contact centre was thoughtless and purely retrograde, only reinstated when raised by PEP. Of course, we must fill these vacancies to tackle the problem. It indicates the total lack of understanding of the administration regarding residents' clearly stated needs, hurriedly restored as they had clearly missed the point. Restoring funding for the library deliverable proposals, whatever that means, because no explanation given. Libraries are at the heart of our communities, providing perfect hubs to create better community cohesion and engagement. This can't be reduced brick by brick. These piecemeal cuts are seen by our residents as the continuous eroding of library provision in our communities, again restored because we've raised this fact. And the smaller cuts which do matter in restoring funding for perennial plants and flowers, greening of the council, only 16.3 per town. This council set aside huge amounts for the climate change agenda, but the public see no visual benefit. This comparatively small but crucial funding must remain as part of our visual green credentials, protecting endangered species reliant on flora, etc., and pivotal to BCP's look and feel in our publicly enjoyed areas. What do the Green Party councillors think? Restore 2,000 of funding for sports grant. I mention this amount because it is so minuscule, enabling local groups to bid for local support, especially for our youngsters where it's mostly needed. But this tiny pivotal grant was arbitrarily removed. In fact, should it be increased? Could I ask the Con administration to have a look down the side of the sofa to magic up a little more? How did we fund all of this? Without the magic money appearing from behind the cushions of the administration's armchairs, we removed the superb, highly costly Bournemouth Air Show just for 1 year. But is it a crucial provision? That's what we asked ourselves. When all the other pivotal areas had their funding removed, this was not crucial. Do the UA think the air show is crucial as they propose to halve the funding? What do our Green Party colleagues think? We utilised funding for pool cremators that would sit around unused until at least April. PEP already ensured we have a clear policy direction to provide cremators, and note any successive council has clear mandate to provide for the much preferred greener electric option not available until at least spring 2024. Can we afford to have money hanging about? We must make all available funds for our residents. PEP have engaged with those who asked us to get this policy in place, and they fully support using this money better when it's vitally needed now. And finally, to not apply the 50k High Street Renewal Fund. How do we deliver that in 3 towns for 16.3 per town? Poor town businesses frankly see this as virtual signalling, especially when they pay huge tariffs to the bid to land this. 6 years later, the movement to do that has been glacial. Many businesses and residents feeling that BCP have actually taken us backwards. And to make matters even worse, the UA had at the time proposed to remove the economic development team, who are key drivers in this, but they can't make progress with both hands tied behind their backs. But we can see where that strategy come from with regard to saving money. However, magically, the required funding for all our proposals and many of the UAs has now been found. If both the UA and PEP had poked a little more, what other lumps of money would have been found other side of the Conservative couch to enable us to do all so much more? Even though we are mocked because we are only dealing with a tiny part of the budget, the public conversely clearly value every penny, as do Pool Engage. I so second Councillor Iyengar's amendments to the budget for Pool Engage. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. I'll now open it up to debate on the floor. Please indicate should you wish to speak to this amendment. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I find this particular amendment even more baffling than the last one. What I find particularly baffling is that a former portfolio holder for tourism and culture who has been with our partners, has been on the media, been with the Destination Management Board, who's lived and breathed the importance of the visitor economy, tourism and our culture, day in, day out, is kind of suddenly saying it's actually not quite that important. I just think that I'm going to just quickly reiterate what I said about the Air Festival, and I'm putting aside the economy, the jobs and all that. I'm just going to come back to the basic figures here. The Air Festival, in the scheme of things, costs us zilch. Take it away, you will lose £200,000 from the seafront. The money that the seafront gathers while the Air Festival's on, you're going to lose it. You're also going to lose £170,000 from car park income. You take it away, you don't get it. It pops up somewhere else in my budget and somewhere in his budget. It is a zero-sum game. I'm sure everybody else can talk about the other aspects of it. The Arts Development Team. This is a cultural team. These are the people that support cultural organisations. They support cultural festivals such as World of Love. Their expertise enabled all the artists and performers that were engaged in Festival Coast Live to actually come and perform. The really important one, of course, is Arts by the Sea. Arts by the Sea is respected far and wide. It is a national portfolio organisation for the Arts Council. It's match funded between us and the Arts Council. We put 150k in each. The visitor responses from that are phenomenal. It is a well-respected festival. So what you're doing with this budget amendment is basically canning Arts by the Sea and canning the Air Festival. What kind of message does that send out about the importance of tourism and culture to BCP Council when I've spent the last 2 years banging the drum about how important it is, what it does for people, how it changes their lives, how we must invest in it, how it drives the right visitors, how it helps people. So no, definitely not.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It does feel a little bit strange to be opposing something that's proposed by Councillors Iyengar and Butt, having been so close to them for so many years. But having heard many of the things that they would say, some of them were very fine things. But not many of Councillor Iyengar's ones were actually to do with this amendment. He spoke of the 400,000 to put back into community groups and savings, the 200,000 for the customer service centre, 164,000 for the CSAS officers and those patrolling the street, £80,000 that we're talking about going back into the library function, £50,000 for plants and flowers. All of those are already in the motion. All of those are already there. You're not putting them back. You're just saying, well done. They're staying there, which is what will happen whether your amendment is passed or not. When you do look at what this particular amendment does, though, let's just see. We've already spoken about the High Street Renewal Fund, and yes, it is a small amount of money, but it can be used in a different way from the way the bids are using it, and it will help those who are struggling at the moment to make our high streets in the 3 centres work as well as they should. It removes some of the funding for CCTV, working against antisocial behaviour. That's what this amendment does. It removes, as Councillor Dunlop has said, some part of the arts development function and cultural and arts development function of the council, with all of those consequences that Councillor Dunlop brought out. The festivals that will be lost, the investment that will be lost, and so on. It removes, if you support this investment, the discretionary element of the National Concessionary Fare Scheme. What we're talking about there is allowing free travel for carers who are accompanying those with bus passes to be able to use the buses. That will be removed if we pass this amendment. And if you pass this amendment, it will also be removing the funding for the community transport, said Cat, and you heard the statement that came from the organisers at the beginning of this meeting. That will be removed if you support this amendment. And of course, we now turn to the Air Festival. As Councillor Dunlop has pointed out, it's not just a case of we're going ahead and stopping it for a year. That's the only money that goes out. The money that comes into the car parking budget massively offsets that. The money that is recycled with the £30 million that comes in to the town is huge. So the last thing I would say on that, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is are you really sure that anybody who votes for this amendment wants to make the last budget before the election going into battle with the tourism and hospitality industry that keeps BCP going?
Thank you, Councillor
I don't
Green.
think you should.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chairman.
Green. Thank you. Further contributions. Councillor Howell.
Could we just have some clarification from the Chief Financial Officer? So I understood there's some claims from the other side that there's additional costs associated because of loss of income from the beachfront and car parking, but surely that would have had to be included in the budget. Have those costs been included in the budget, or do you reject those statements? Thank you.
Could I ask Mr. Richards to proceed to a microphone, please?
The £400,000, which is the total cost, that is the forecast saving for the Bournemouth Air Festival from its complete removal, is based on the work that was undertaken by the service to analyse that saving. So I can't give you the detail as to whether or not it includes the car parking income and the other elements. I assume it does. No, it doesn't. Sorry, I'm being advised by the service.
It does the rest, not the car parking, but the rest. Includes the rest, but not the car parking.
It includes all the income from the Air Festival, but not the car parking income. Sorry, Jess Gibbons, Chief Operations Officer. It includes all of the income from the Air Festival, but it doesn't include the car parking income for car parks. Does that make sense? Yes?
But surely the budget doesn't balance then if those costs haven't been included from it.
So at the moment, the budget would make the assumption that we will have the same amount of car parking income with or without the Air Festival.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Howell. Any other members? Councillor Trent, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I find it fascinating to hear the members of the administration attacking what wasn't in the alternative budgets, because basically everything that is being attacked or defended was actually there in the original, the base budget that it was all based on, had all these things and more. There were some atrocious things in there. There's still some atrocious things in there, whatever version gets through. And I do think that, you know, it's a pretty weird game, really, isn't it? That you come up with all these ideas which actually would have been pursued, plus some more, if a 3% council tax increase had been on the cards, not a 5% council tax increase. So I just find it incredible that, you know, that is the level of attack. And on the Air Festival, I would have thought that, in fact, most people, and I quite like the Air Festival, but I kind of think every year is just a little bit too much. I actually think the Air Festival should be like the original Air Festival, every other year or every third year or whatever. And I do think we actually need to look at the Air Festival. I think we need to consider its carbon footprint, but also look at other events that can intersperse between the Air Festival. As I say, I do think we need to think through a lot of these things. The arts was mentioned. the cuts to the arts budget, there was some atrocious stuff. You know, the BSO was going to get, you know, quite a substantial amount of their funding pulled away. There was all sorts of things that we value in this conurbation. We're going to suffer from it, and all you're getting now is competing things of saying, well, we'll make it a little bit less here, a little bit less there, and, you know, I haven't heard anything that's kind of perfect, but then we're in an imperfect world. We've effectively spent the last 6 months or so this fantastic saving. It's a bit like being a householder and deciding that you're going to make your end-of-the-year budget look good by not paying your mortgage or your council tax or your rent or something like that. It's so totally fake, the whole basis that we're on. You know, these fantastic savings that weren't savings, they were just basically delayed spending. And, you know, so I'm not sure whether I fully support what's being put forward as this alternative, but it's certainly a little bit less destructive than what is, you know, was originally proposed, what the basis on which we're proposing. I'm glad that the administration has taken on a few of the suggestions that have come from the groups on this side, but, you know, to actually attack what's missing from it is atrocious.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice, I think you indicated next, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few words on the Air Festival. When I was a Cabinet member speaking to hotel owners, they weren't particularly fussed about the Bournemouth Air Festival as far as I remember, because the hotels were pretty much booked up because it's nice to come to Bournemouth because of the beach. And they weren't charging particularly more for the Bournemouth Air Festival weekend. And so that was reassuring for me to consider this trial of not having the Bournemouth Air Festival for a year. And in terms of the car parking, that would be the same. We would continue to get the income because people come to the beach in the summer. And then the other thing with regards to the Bournemouth Air Festival is, of course, the green credentials of BCP Council. The administration have continually said that they are all action in terms of their green credentials, and I think this would be a positive move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Gabriel, I think you indicated.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I don't want to speak too long because a lot of people have already probably said the sentiments I can express today. It's just to stand up and protect the air show. You can see on the benches opposite there is a wish to take the air show out. We need to protect it. It's worth £30 million to the local economy. £30 million. How much is that? How many jobs does that support? It's just so naive just to try and make political points about taking over a festival that's completely valued to Poole, Bournemouth and Christchurch, and all to the residents and for their families. It's a great day out. We should be protecting it and celebrating it, not trying to remove it.
Thank you, Councillor Gabriel. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just on the Air Festival, if it's so successful, then the businesses can fund it, and there are plenty of other festivals and events going on in this conurbation that the council doesn't stick their hand in their own pocket when we're stony broke, thanks to the recklessness of the current administration. I would also, and I think I was going to make the point that Councillor Rice made, particularly around the car parking, because the car parks will be full with people going to the beach at that time of the year anyway. So that saving is not lost. You know, that income is not lost, and the ice creams will still be sold on the seafront. So whilst the income might be reduced, it's not going to disappear. But also the sustainability of the high street renewal funds. I did some work with some of the businesses in Winton when I was portfolio for transport, and then that came to a screaming stop because the officer involved withdrew our support as a council when the new administration took over, and those businesses were left in the lurch. And I think this idea of having an unsustained small amount of money to do high street renewal, let's do it properly. Let's try and work with businesses on a sustained way over a longer period, because actually a lot of them are up for change. They are up for trying to make their places better, and I think we should be supporting that right across the area. Talk about 15-minute neighbourhoods, and they're not locking people into certain areas, but they are about enabling people to walk, cycle, to be able to get to places in their own neighbourhood and to love where they live. On the concessionary fares scheme and reviewing the community transport, that was in the Conservative budget to make those cuts. And they've only been pulled back in because the Pool Engage and the Unity Alliance both said these things needed to come back. So the revised Conservative budget. You're shaking your head, Councillor Green, but it is in the papers that we had. The problem with this whole budget setting process has been that these papers have been very late, and the situation has been moving. The Unity Alliance went into the process as invited by the officers to reconcile the three separate budgets in good faith, and all we found was that certain parts of what we proposed had been taken by the administration. Now you're trying to turn it around and blame us for the cuts that you were making. I think that's absolutely disgraceful.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've had a little bit of trouble with this microphone in the past, so I hope it works. First to say to Pool Engage is that we agree with so much of what you are saying. There are some really big things in there in particular that I would like to speak about. The Economic Development Team in particular, something that I've done a great deal of work with over the past year in my role as lead member. We've delivered the skills plan, the Levelling Up Impact Report, the Careers Expo that happened so recently. That must be retained. It is an absolute necessity, and I'm very glad to see that it is not proposed to be removed in your amendment. But the Air Festival. It is an absolutely vital part of our local economy. And whilst I agree that we have to look at efficiencies and finding better ways and finding ways to make it better for us, I still struggle with the idea that something that returns 75 times its investment value every single year can be considered a bad investment. I really, really struggle with that argument. I can almost get on board with it, but it's the practicalities of it. If we remove that funding from the base budget, it's not just a cancellation for a year. It is a cancellation for good unless this chamber makes another decision in a chamber like this to return it. Are you really going to tell me, are you really trying to tell me that all of the investors within the air show are going to put in all the investment needed to fund it on top of our own, pending what is clearly a very controversial decision when it comes around the next time? This is cancelling it at 6 months' notice. There are going to be a lot of businesses who will look at this chamber and see someone who will not give them time, who will not give them the information they need to invest a great deal of money in something that benefits our entire conurbation. It is an absolute necessity to our economy. We agree on so much in our amendments. They are so much closer together than this and the first one that we have heard tonight. But the practicalities of it just do not work in this scenario. And I would implore you to look at it and support the original proposal here tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Rigby, please.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd best just say a couple of words while Councillor Butt, you asked what your Green colleagues would think. It would have been nice to have asked a little bit sooner than the start of the debate, but give you that, it's more than we got from the administration over there being asked. But I think what we've got here is we're getting somewhere close, aren't we? There's been some cross-party working on all of this, which has come together. And this is something we as the Green Party have spoke about for ages. We want to work together with people to get things which benefit the community. And you've got something wrong here. There is something really wrong, and that's why they've had two amendments coming forward, which are both talking about retaining community development. You've got over half of this room saying this is what needs to happen, and it's not been embraced in the original budget. So I will be supporting this amendment on the fact that it's talking about community. I know the headlines here are going to be all about the air show and the cancellation of it within 6 months, but let's not forget a couple of days of rain, and the air show can be cancelled in a couple of days. So we're talking about something which is planned for a little bit further in advance. And if we're talking about what the benefit is here to everyone and what it is, it's about community. It's about the people we represent. It's about getting into the underrepresented communities and making sure that they're represented. And not investing in community development is going to ensure that these people are not represented here in this chamber and outside as well. So that's what we should be thinking about, not where the money's coming from, how much investment we're going to get, where it's at. We need to think about the residents and the community. So I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Slade, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I am utterly conflicted by this amendment. I'm really grateful that the Pool Engage party supported our amendment earlier, although I remain very disappointed that they weren't able to talk to us about it when we put our proposals to them on 2 occasions. I'm really frustrated to hear Conservatives begging for things to be saved when until last week they were going anywhere. There's elements of the proposal I really like. Indeed, many of them were in our amendment. Of course, anyone would welcome Christmas lights, but the money doesn't bring them back to Poole. I don't know whether anyone's realised that. The proposal was all about keeping them in Bournemouth districts and adding them to Christchurch. Nothing about Poole. Ironic that Poole Engage haven't mentioned increasing that budget so that the districts in Poole finally get Christmas lights. Something I've been trying to fight for the last 3 years since I discovered that Bournemouth had them in the one and only Christmas that we were running the council. I worry that so much is being taken from culture and the lack of income generation from both this budget and the Conservative original one means that these are just one-offs. They don't actually create a sustainable budget. I'm struggling at the idea of saving the flowers but not protecting vulnerable travellers. That just doesn't feel right. And I can't get away from the fact that this process has been incredibly manipulated. Last Tuesday, the new leader of the council presented his alternative budget. It made no mention of all of the things which the Unity Alliance amendment included, which then inspired other things. None at all. And then we sat on Friday and we were told that all 3 proposals would be published so that the public would know that there were 3 separate amendments. That didn't happen. None of the things which are being proposed in the previous defeated Unity Alliance budget or the Poole Engage one were proposed by the Conservatives. But suddenly they're horrified at some of the things that both of us have tried to put back. So I really am conflicted. I'm really uncomfortable with the idea of some of the things that this budget would kick out. We really should not be cancelling these community transports and the vulnerable people. We really should not be cutting our highway budgets any further when every single one of us have mailboxes that are full of people complaining about the state of their pavements for vulnerable people. And I'm really worried that if we push this through, we're going to end up with something which is barely better. The only hope I have is that a Poole Engage budget pushed through by the Conservatives will only last for 72 days, and then we can start all over again.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments on this proposal. I'm a bit conflicted. I think I support some of it, and I think there's some good stuff in there about community development, etc. Not so sure on others, but just a couple of comments. I'm quite sympathetic to what Councillor Gabriel was saying earlier about the Air Festival, but he needs to look around him. His colleagues that he supported have landed this council in the financial state where we have to consider these sorts of savings, which would otherwise have been unpalatable. He supported his colleagues doing that, so he needs to look in the mirror. The concessionary fares scheme that's been mentioned, and I think it's a good thing that you've reversed what you were going to do. You're going to axe these concessionary fares for carers and for the blind and partially sighted, and now you've had an about turn, so I welcome that. But I think I'd like some clarification on this, because I'd forgive one of the Cabinet members for being confused about which cuts are in their budget and which aren't, because I think we're all getting a bit confused because of the way it's been done by this administration. But certainly I thought I heard one of the Cabinet members saying here about community development isn't being cut. Well, I understand that line 127, becoming an enabling council, rethinking community development, a cut of £400,000, which I believe is the 13 jobs within the community area, being axed. I think that's still in the Conservative budget. And I want clarification, because the Cabinet members seem to say it wasn't. I think it still is, and that is one good thing about the Unity Alliance proposals and the Poole Engage proposals, is putting some of them back and supporting community development. I'm totally against the Conservatives axing our community development operations. And I want clarification, if I can, from maybe the Section 151 officer about the exact status of the different proposals on line 127 around community development.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Mr. Richins will answer your question. Councillor Angar.
Sorry, if I may, Chairman, could I actually broaden that question, because I can't be the only person here, when is it, confused, unsure. Frankly, given the late entry that came today, because I had rather other commitments for a good chunk of today on this, a few things have been mentioned. One is the community development resource. Another one is Arts by the Sea as well. My understanding of Arts by the Sea, it was in the core funding. It came out and then it went back again, and my understanding was back in the funding in the budget, and it's not being debated. So my proposal is not intended to attack the Arts by the Sea. I'm not making a speech here. That's my understanding financially as well.
Okay,
I suspect there's one or two other things where there's some doubt.
Thank you for registering those
Thank
points.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Richards. Okay.
So if I can take those issues in reverse order, in the sense that there is no proposal here on any of the substantive or the amendments to cut the Arts by the Sea Festival. There was at one stage, but that was removed. It's not in today's version, and so therefore it is not in front of this chamber. With regards to saving 127, there is a saving assumed for next year in the substantive budget of £400,000 on an annualised basis. So actually £300,000 is included in the budget for 23-24. The budget amendments both reduced that by 195 and 194,000 respectively. But there still was a saving. Sorry, there was still a sum of saving within list 2127 for both those amendments, but not the full amount, clearly. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay,
Thank you for that clarification, because I think it was being confused by the administration. I'd like to hear from the portfolio holder for communities, actually, as to why she was probably going to support Accent Community Development.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Any other members wish to contribute? Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say a few things. I share some of my colleagues' concerns that this amendment is a bit of a curate's egg. It's good in parts, and the parts that are good are clearly the fact that it's restoring the community development. The parts that I disagree with is that it's doing nothing for highways at all. We're accepting a 10% cut in the highways maintenance, which frankly residents must be aghast at. And certainly the residents I've been speaking to are appalled at the current state of our roads, and what they will be like after we've cut the maintenance by 10%, God only knows. In terms of the Air Festival, I have to confess I'm a bit of a fan. I go every year with my grandchildren, and we park on those roads and we pay those fares. So I'm a bit of a fan, frankly, but I do accept that some cuts have to be made. We accepted £200,000 worth of cuts to be made to the festival because it needed to be made. There are other priorities, and our choices in the Unity Alliance, it was about priorities, and this was not a priority for residents. It may be priorities for people coming here and wanting to watch planes, but it's not a priority for residents. And the fact that, as Councillor Iyengar has stated, that we take a year's break from the Fair Festival, I can accept that. I think that's a good idea, and have a rethink of the whole thing. It certainly wouldn't do our green credentials any harm at all, and particularly of a thorough rethink. As for all this nonsense that you were getting over here about the tragedy that will happen when we cancel the Air Festival, that's absolute, well, I was going to use the B word, but tosh. Because
Thank you, Councillor Cox.
it's at the height of the summer, lots of people will be coming here. The effect will be marginal, as the council officer has said, that actually the saving will be there. So we might as well take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Did anybody else indicate? Councillor Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I didn't have any
notes on my crib sheet about the air show. We all have a view, but there are people as stakeholders outside this room who do have a view. The armed services who see this as a tremendous opportunity to showcase themselves, not just here in the conurbation, but around the country as well. Why did the Royal Navy bring 2 massive, important ships into the bay? Why do we have parachutists coming onto the beach showing what the Royal Marines do? It's a great way of them showcasing and recruiting. Now let's also talk about the charities that gain also from this festival. It's a very, very important aspect for them as well. Now you can talk about the 400, the 200, I don't mind. What I'm concerned about is the other stakeholders that need to be discussed, understood the future. And it's not for this chamber to decide now. It may be for next year, in the future, but not now. I'll now go on to the substantive points that I wanted to actually talk to you about. High streets, comment was made about that, but you're forgetting that the UK Shared Prosperity Fund of 4.2 million is coming into the conurbation, and that's under supporting businesses, communities and skills. That will get itself into the high streets, in addition to the sum that's actually been mentioned on the report this evening. We also put £100,000 into our district centres through ARG Funding 4 coming from government, for Broadstone, for Kinston, for Highcliffe. It's made a real difference, and I know it because I've spoken to a lot of people, and those kind of funds will continue to come down the line into our communities, and particularly district centres, which are so, so important. It hasn't really been mentioned, the immense progress that's been made by Future Places. Their intense work is starting to prove fruit because their reports are coming to Cabinet and they're going to come to yourselves so you can truly understand the regeneration that's going to be brought to Christchurch, to Poole, to Bournemouth and other locations right the way across the conurbation. We mustn't ignore this good work that's being done and supported through what we're talking about this evening. Lastly, I want to talk about Bournemouth Development Company, where my colleague Mike Brooke over there is a board member, as I am. That great work has completed a building which was fully let or fully sold, beg your pardon, before it was even completed, and has made a profit return to this council. There is so much good work. We get it done over here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We get it done, and we're making a difference. Don't tinker with the figures, because that's really what we're talking about. Don't destroy £30 million at a stroke, because it won't work. We need to actually think and go and talk to stakeholders and understand what they really feel about an air festival, not in this chamber tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, please, and then Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Poole Crematorium, for the Engage amendment, they've actually said that they want to release that amount of money, saying money will go unused and can be deployed elsewhere for interim. I mean, I understand this is not a statutory thing that the council have to do, but a lot of people depend on that crematorium, and we really do need it quickly. And if anything needs to be repaired or replaced, it needs to be done as quickly as possible. If we wait even another year, it's going to take ages, and we're going to lose business. And that is an income generator, not just for the crematorium, but for funeral directors and others who are connected with the service. So that is a disappointment, but also it doesn't appear in the updated amendment from the administration either, which it was on the 14th of February. It was included and now it's not. So that hasn't been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. It's really just to declare an interest for transparency's purposes, having made reference to BDC, as I'm on the board.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Haynes, I assume.
Thank you, Chairman. Action, not words. That's a good strapline. So let me give you an example. We have consistently invested in CSAS since taking the administration. Now, while the CSAS on Ashley Road was funded for a limited 2-year period via SIL, we found the funds, made the post permanent, with positive outcomes for the residents in the area. And then since then, we continued on this trajectory and provided more funding to increase the number of CSAS officers, with positive results for Pool Bus Station, Lower Gardens, and during the summer, when we had a significant number of visitors, we kept them safe. ASB has reduced 23% in the last year. The data tells a story of commitment to making our areas a safer place for all. We also have CCTVs in our subways that are monitored 24/7, and this includes Saxon Square, and this was implemented by our administration. So we're not cutting out on this priority, which has actually been implied. And actually, perhaps I should stand down while that conversation takes place.
Councillor Haynes, I'm being distracted by a number of voices. I don't know who it is. I guess your microphones aren't on, but you can be heard. Please show the members some respect for speaking. Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just going to say, we're not actually cutting this priority. Indeed, with the increasing costs and the challenge of recruiting the appropriate calibre of personnel, a different approach has been taken, which would actually result in the same outcome. So CSAS powers, as has been mentioned, will be widened to seafront and park staff. So, for example, seafront staff can deal with camping on the beach, and park staff could deal with bonfires along our cliff tops. Relevant staff have been asked about this approach, and the feedback has been encouraging. The member opposite said that in doing so, the staff will be spread very thin. To this, I would say, well, do you know what? They're the ones that will be on the ground, seeing the issues happening while they're going about doing their jobs. So therefore, they're actually well placed to enforce and deal with them as they see them happening. And I see that as being a really efficient way of actually dealing with this. Now, Chairman, I think it's clear that contrary to the implied narrative that community safety is being cut, CSAS is being cut, I think community safety this demonstrates that community safety is and remains a priority for this administration. So I think, you know what, Chairman, this is a case of action, not words, that we've done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Anybody else wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Green. N.
Thank you, Chairman. I found the previous amendment about the Air Festival disingenuous, but I find this one to be a staggering piece of sleight of hand, I'm afraid. The assertion that it can be cancelled this year and for 1 year only, frankly, defies belief, and that residents and officers can reflect on what it might look like so that Pool Engage can keep it on their watch list, while perhaps everyone who booked their hotel rooms when the dates were announced last year might like to get together at the seafront and throw a few ideas around. After all, you've probably got 9 fast-jet pilots who won't be busy for a few days. And I'm sure they'll keep their diaries free while your watch list comes together because, of course, people don't value their contribution or wish they were somewhere else. And I'm afraid Councillor Butler will have less opportunities to see those red arrows at Upton House if they aren't going to or returning to the airport in Christchurch, having flown over the seafront at Bournemouth. By all means, let's have that wider conversation about the future of the Air Festival. But let us properly engage with our community, our businesses, our tourism sector, our families, the people who value it, and do it in the fullness of time to look at what any future model might look like. It might look shorter. But this knee-jerk proposal does nothing but show that BCP is closed for business. I took Councillor Cox at his word that what he was after was reining back the investment, not cancelling. But I'm afraid I disagree with his lofty assertion that the impact of his change of heart is marginal. It won't feel like that if your free day out at the seaside is cancelled. Nor is it correct to say that the festival takes place at the height of summer. It was scheduled from the very inception, specifically to avoid the busiest part of the summer, whereas hospitality always used to shut down a week earlier. This has extended the season. Just a couple of bits of housekeeping. For absolute clarity, the Pool Engage Amendment does not reinstate the SEDCAP funding, nor the additional discretionary grant for concessionary fares. And for more clarity, I think I've said this, but I need to say it again, that I and others of my colleagues have done our very best to credit the sources of some of those changes, wherever they've come from. As a historian, I'm used to making sure that I cite my source, and I have done my very best. If there's anybody whose name I haven't checked, I apologise and would happily do so for the minutes. The strange, baffling, and yet rather wonderful thing that seems to be happening tonight is that the amendment from this side of the chamber is much closer to that from the Unity Alliance than it is to the one being proposed by Paul Engage, and I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Anybody else? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to challenge something that has been raised by Councillor Brooks regarding the BDC. He talked about development that was returned a profit. Another development he's talking about, it did produce £1 million worth of profit. What he failed to tell you was that that profit had to then be used to pay off part of a £10 million loss incurred by the BDC development company. And what makes it worse, we actually got a land residual value sale for that, £385,000, when the actual site value was probably more in the region of £2 million. So I don't call that a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Anybody else wish to contribute? Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a little bit confusing, this debate. First we hear that the amendment is going to take away funding from the Arts by the Sea, and then it's not going to. Then we hear that removing the budget for the air show is going to lose the income from the car parks, and then it's not, because the financial officer, who I have a bit more faith in than others, other people. And also, if the car parks are full, therefore the people on the beach, therefore they're using the concessions, therefore the income from that is coming in. It's at the end of the season, admittedly, but I've never known it quiet the weekend before the school holiday, before the schools go back. I am concerned about losing the concessionary fare scheme, what would be a year earlier, because it looks like we're going to lose that the following year should the Tories get their way, and also the community transport saving, which does concern me. I'm not concerned about the Paul crematorium, because that work won't be done for a year, so I understand that. I will declare that I do occasionally lead ceremonies at the crematorium, so just to put that out there, but I don't think that's really of great significance. It's quite difficult to see the wood between the trees, or whatever the expression is. I'm sure I got that the wrong way around. But I'm sure, I'm really unsure of that, but this Paul Enrage amendment, it doesn't quite do it for me. I'm very struggling to support it, because I want to support it for a number of reasons. Everyone knows my view on the air show. But taking away the community stuff is so important. If somebody can't get on the bus because they can't take their carer on the bus, then you're really restricting that person's life, and I think that's appalling. Yeah, I just thought I'd put that out there, and
thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Thank you. Anybody else? Can we now go to at the end of the debate now, go on the amendment? Can we call on the proposer of the second amendment, Councillor Iyengar, to sum up, please? And then...
Thank you. I need to ask first for a financial clarification on a couple of things, please. And I'm suspecting I may not be the only one, so that people know exactly what they're voting for. On the two items, please. First of all, sorry, I think we've had the confirmation of Arts by the Sea. Finance Officer, you've confirmed that we're not voting yea or nay on Arts by the Sea. It's already in there, correct?
Mr. Richards will come to a microphone. Thank you.
So the same question applies to the concessionary fares as well. Those two items, Arts by the Sea and concessionary fares, my understanding is that they are safe in both. Thank you.
So, members, I think with regards to the Arts by the Sea Festival, I think there was a proposal at one stage through the journey of these budget amendments to actually take that as a saving, but that is not included in Paul Engage's amendment or any other amendment that's been put forward tonight. Your second question was in relation to concessionary fares. The substantive budget proposal looked at the saving for concessionary fares and has decided to defer that into next financial year. So that's the substantive position as proposed by the administration. With regards to Paul Engage, you are proposing to actually defer. Hold on, I'm just checking the amounts. Sorry, there's no mention of their budget. Accessory fares, 60,000. Bear with.
Excuse me, please. I believe that's a typo. We took no position on the concession and transport.
The paper which has been produced, correctly or incorrectly, does suggest that there is a £60,000 item. So it's suggesting that it's actually the original saving is being left to stand in regards to the concessionary fares scheme. It is not deferring it as per the substantive proposal from the administration, correctly or incorrectly. That's what the paper has been produced on.
Sorry, could you say that again, please?
Hold on, let me just. Number 137.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a point of personal explanation, which I believe is also in Procedural Rule 14, on the grounds that it was me that said something which was misunderstood later in the debate, and therefore I get the opportunity to explain that.
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The 2 points that were brought out, and it was me that brought it out, which is why it's up to me to explain those. The first one being the national concessionary fare. What I pointed out was the Conservative amendment reversed an original cut that was in a previous version of the budget to ensure that it would be back in, taking up 60,000 of our savings. The Pool Engage one does not do that and does not allocate the 60,000 that is necessary to the base budget in the same way as the Unity Alliance and the Conservative amendments do. The second item was, and I've just forgotten what it is. Sorry? No, sorry. The community transport, is that right? Yes? Again, the very similar situation. A previous iteration of the budget, actually before we got the government grant, had that taken out so that there was going to be a requirement for that £28,000 was going to be taken out, and that was the reason that we got the statement before the meeting. In both the Unity Alliance and what became the substantive as the Conservative administration, we allocated, both of us allocated £28,000 to ensure that that service was restored. The Pool Engage amendment does not do that. those are the differences, and I hope that's explained it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Mr. Richards? That's correct. You can confirm that.
Well, I can confirm that the paperwork in front of members tonight suggests that the National Conservative Affairs Scheme, which was an original saving of £60,000, is not being put forward by the administration, was not being put forward by the Unity Alliance, but is part of the proposal for Paul Engage, as I say, correctly or incorrectly. That's what the paperwork says.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Thank you. So this is the point where I ask Councillor Iyengar to sum up on the amendment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the story going through both of those things is by not consciously doing something with either of those things on the assumption that they were in, because of the explanation we've just had, we're deemed to have cut them. Actually, I think that's where we are, it seems to me. Yeah. Okay, so it's clear what we are voting for, but there was absolutely no intent behind it. It's the way the discussion has gone. Okay. Just a few bits, and I'll go through them fairly quickly. The first thing is just about the conversations that have been had in putting this together, and while except actually one or two people we didn't, a few people we didn't get to, I would suggest actually that probably Paul Engage, our group, has done more conversing with people than anybody really. So let me just pop that out there. Thank you. Thank you for the concerns that we hadn't. I think we've done way more with officers, with external partners as well. That's the first thing. Second thing, we've got confirmation of what's definitely in, irrespective of the we're going to have. I'll come to the Air Festival, the last thing of all. On the community safety CSAS, there's no question, however you sort of mince words around all of it, it is a cut that's proposed. There's no question. It's a cut of 3 vacancies, 3 vacant posts right now, and then the whole thing is actually around 6 FTEs around there. So there's the threat. It will be felt. There's no question it will be felt. Don't dress it up any differently at all, will you? And the idea is, of course, is to accredit and spread more thinly, park rangers and possibly some of the seafront officers around it. Well, people will feel that loss, and the officers will be exhausted. So let's leave that one where it is, okay? The High Street, exactly the point. Forgive me, who's mentioned it, I think Councillor Brooks. The Shared Prosperity Fund, exactly my point. That's where we should be getting the money from that and other places where the amounts are bigger, so that this money can go to places which aren't eligible for such funds, such as community development and various other things, or not funds of that type anyway. The Poole Crematorium, Councillor Butler, I must clarify with you, please. The story is very clear. We absolutely support the reopening of Poole Crematorium. It's only because of, as Councillor Bull said, it's only because, in the officer's view, there's a very strong possibility the money will not be used in the budget year because of the speed that project's going, and there's nothing I can do about that at all. So we're using the money urgently where it's needed. We will lobby for proper provision in the business case of that project for it to go forward. I hope that clarifies that point. The last thing on the Air Festival, last but certainly not least, is the speeches against have all been too remarkably well rehearsed for my liking, and I do wonder whether people have spoken from the heart or just read from the card, I've got to say. Is Moen being sort of treacherous given his previous occupation? There's something here about doing one's job, okay? Not personal preference, not sort of, oh, I did that job before, so I must forever sort of wear the shirt and so on and so forth. We're here now, in this council chamber, with the pressures we've got right now. I must say, I'll take from tonight as I go home a disappointment that there's been so much passion and so much sort of fervour about keeping an air festival compared with the amount of passion for community development and serving those in desperate need right now. That will be my take from tonight's debate about this whole thing.
That's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wind up there, but thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. I call upon the proposer of the original budget, Councillor Broadhead, to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and again, appreciate the content of the debate this evening. It's complicated, but this is important. As Councillor Iyengar said right at the very beginning, we agree on so many things, and we are now to the very, very final detail. But unfortunately, as we've seen, that final detail is quite emotive, but it is absolutely quite important as well. First, on the High street renewal part and the, we'll just get the money from somewhere else, maybe from SIL. I mean, the clue's in the title for SIL. It's the Community Infrastructure Levy. And we do have lots of different ways of spending on infrastructure, but we don't have very many fluid funds to spend on initiatives and people and actually help to businesses, as my colleague Mike Green has pointed out. And you only need to look at our high streets. They're changing very rapidly. There's empty shops. We need some strategies behind it. We're doing a lot of work. We need to pump prime more. No amount of infrastructure can necessarily change that. So I do think it's really important. It's really important to many people. But in terms of the substance of the amendment, I think it is an interesting situation. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Nicola Green, that on balance I would much rather agree with the Lib Dem proposals, which we did accept and put into the substantive, of income generation by those seafront car parks than just slashing something, and particularly slashing something so close to its happening in 6 months' time. And I think the idea that this is just a one-year break, that's not what we do in the budget, and that's not the message that people will get. In terms of the amendment, what I've heard, unfortunately, from Councillor Ayenga a lot is that wasn't my intention. It wasn't his intention in scrapping the Air Festival to suffer the consequence that there might be extra car parking provision that we were not getting. It's really easy to say that people come anyway, but the last 2 years, this has been in September, 500,000 people per day, and the idea that they're just going to come anyway, I think, is a little bit fanciful. We've also heard it wasn't the intention, which I agree it probably wasn't for Pool Engage within their suggestions to not proceed with to not restore the National Concessionary Fare Scheme, but that is what is in front of us. He also said it wasn't really the intention to not retain the community transport budget, and which we heard so passionately about in the public statement tonight, but that is what this budget does. So I think we need to be really clear about what we are voting for here. One final thing, a bit of clarity about the Arts by the Sea Festival. And I made this clear in the email that I sent to all councillors about a week ago. Yes, there was a recommendation early on from another party to scrap the Air Festival. The reason that we put the 40,000 back into, the Arts by the Sea Festival, the reason we put the 40,000 back into it was because if we don't have those people, there's a real worry from the team we won't be able to secure the match funding for the Arts by the Sea Festival, so it does still put it at risk. So, I think we know what's in front of us here earlier on. I made some jests earlier on about the Christchurch Independents wanted to cancel Christmas in Christchurch, but now we do have a proposal that actually wants to cancel fun across the whole of BCP, and it would be sad if it was just about fun, but this is deeper. I sat in a meeting with the hoteliers and other hospitality people only a few months ago. I assured them that I would do everything to keep that Air Festival because it's so important to their businesses. I don't want to let them down. This amendment would let them down, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Perfect timing. Thank you. Thank you, members. Right, so we're now going to proceed to a recorded vote, please, on the second amendment. I'll hand over to... Sorry? Councillor Ayenga, your mic is on. Thank you. Can I hand over to Chief Executive for the recorded vote, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a recorded vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Ayenga. If you're in favour of the amendment, please vote for. If not, please vote against or abstain. I wonder if I could just ask members just to take an extra second or two to switch your microphone on. We did review the last vote, and probably about a quarter of the votes were quite difficult to hear. So it would be really, really helpful if you could just make sure you're close to a microphone or have a microphone switched on in preparation. So, Councillor Hazel Allen. Against. Councillor Lewis Allison. If your microphone's working. Sorry, I think it's because Councillor Williams got his. That's it. Sorry, again. Yep. Sorry, Councillor Allison, you were against. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Mark Anderson. Councillor Sarah Anderson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Abstain.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor John Beasley.
Against.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
Against.
Councillor Mike Brooke. Okay. Councillor Nigel Brooks. Councillor David Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton.
For.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Against.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Against.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
Against.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop. Councillor Millie Earle.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
Against.
Councillor Anne Viola.
Against.
Councillor David Flagg. Councillor Sean Gabriel.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Green.
Against.
Councillor Nicola Green.
Against.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Hall.
Against.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar. Thank you. Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly.
Against.
Councillor David Kelsey.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis. Thank you. Councillor Andy Martin.
Against.
Councillor Chris Matthews. Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor. I think there are two. Yes, sir. Councillor Rice, I think you've put your microphone on a little too early. Yes, sir. Councillor Mellor. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore.
Abstain.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Abstain.
Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Karen Rampton. Thank you. Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
For.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberto Rocca.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Abstain.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Tony Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike White.
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
Against.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Hedges.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. There were 8 votes for, 44 against, and 19 abstain. So the amendment falls. Thank you. So we now move to debate on the substantive motion. Councillor Mike Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hadn't written anything down that I wanted to say today, except I had one line that I was definitely going to use during one of the amendments. And that was that when we were accused of having stolen everybody else's ideas, I was going to say that if an infinite number of monkeys can eventually write the works of Shakespeare, then even the Liberal Democrats can sometimes come up with a good idea. I am really glad that I did not say that.
But no.
Because I have
and
to
I'm glad you didn't say it either.
I have to say that this has been one of the most enjoyable debates that I've had on a budget, which was really surprising for the way that the council meetings have gone through in the past. I think passions have run high. Some are genuine, some not so genuine. That's the way it works when it comes to council debates. But I think that the standard of debate has been high. And I think more than anything else, what we have done ahead of of this debate is we have come together as a council, and it has been forced on us by having a minority administration, but we have been able to find common ground. And I think that our residents in the long run will be very grateful for that. We have acted, maybe only for once, as adults, and I'm very, very pleased, though, that we've been able to do that. We've come to something that we can all say, that's in there because of me, that's in there because of my group, and I think that it's a budget now that we can all go forward with for BCP, and in the end we will all be proud of. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Anybody else wish to sum up before I ask Councillor Broadhead, the original proposer? Councillor Broadhead.
Well, I would, but somebody's just stolen my thunder for me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so, I wasn't going to draw attention to it.
Thanks,
but, you know.
thanks for doing that sum up. No, I would echo my colleague, Councillor Green's points. I think we do collectively have a budget that we can all be proud of, and that's why at the end of my budget speech earlier, I said that I hope that the tone of debate would be the tone of the budget that we put forward, one of hope in difficult times, one in working together when it's easier just to automatically disagree, and one of hopeful striving to get some harmony to make our amazing region of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole better. I think we've seen elements of that tonight. I do agree the cross-party working has enabled us, coupled with the increasingly positive position since the draft budget was published, to listen to people from different areas, from different political parties, to incorporate that in the substantive going forward, so that then what we've been able to do tonight is focus on those few areas where we might disagree. So I do echo the spirits of the discussion. I think it's been positive. I would go back to that initial summary that I provided of some of the real investments that we do in this budget, the doubling we've seen over the last few years of our children's services budget. It absolutely needs it. These are our most critical children, where it's our corporate priority to look after them. And I think the extra 14.6 million will go a long way into improving those lives. And again, the extra 25 million in protecting our vulnerable and elderly adults as well. That's what's needed in this time. But equally, I think what we've highlighted throughout this process, and doing the work that we had to do, Councillor Nicola Green said it earlier on, it's incumbent upon us to sit around the table and look at areas where we can make efficiencies. We then put them into a priority list, and I think what we've come to tonight is a priority list that, while everybody might not be happy with, it's something that we can at least get on board with. So thank you very much for the spirit of the debate tonight, and I now hope that we can move forward in positivity and put this budget forward so that we can keep delivering services and protect the most vulnerable in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. So, Chief Executive, I think we'll now proceed to the recorded vote.
Yes, okay, so thank you, Chairman. So just to remind members, we have to take a recorded vote for the final agreement of the budget, and this includes the vote for the budget and the council tax resolution, includes as tabled the slightly amended paragraph of recommendation D, which is that levelling up fund is now at 19.9 million. The council tax support fund goes up to £40 as in the amended J, and the additional recommendation of Y, which is just to allow the Chief Finance Officer any minor and consequential amendments as a result of the budget changes, because it has been a complex process, as you will have seen, checking all the numbers through. So those that are in favour, please vote for. Those against, obviously vote against or abstain. Councillor Hazel Allen. For. Councillor Lewis Allison. Against. Councillor Mark Anderson. For. Councillor Sarah Anderson.
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Abstain.
Councillor Steve Barron.
Abstain.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Abstain.
Councillor John Beasley.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead.
For.
Councillor Mike Brooke. Against. Councillor Nigel Brooks. For. Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton. Abstain. Councillor Diana Butler.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
Abstain.
Councillor Judy Butt.
Abstain.
Councillor Eddie Coop. Councillor Mike Cox.
Abstain.
Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Against.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove.
For.
Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Okay. Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Okay. Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer.
For.
Councillor David Flagg. Okay. Councillor Sean Gabriel.
For.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green.
For.
Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Okay. Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Cheryl Johnson.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly.
For.
Councillor David Kelsey.
For.
Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Lepidovin.
Abstain.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Andy Martin.
Abstain.
Councillor Chris Matthews.
Abstain.
Councillor Simon McCormack.
Abstain.
Councillor Drew Mellor.
For.
Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore.
Abstain.
Councillor Lisa Northover.
Against.
Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Felicity Rice.
Against.
Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Councillor Mark Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Roberta Rocker.
For.
Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
Councillor Tony Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike White.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Okay.
Thank you, members. For 34, against 17, abstain 20, so it's carried. Thank you. The next proposed break is at 11:50, but I'm considering to push on at this particular point, unless anybody feels they need a very, very quick comfort break at this point. We carry on? Thank you. So, reordered item 7, Cabinet, 11th of January 2023, minute number 106, Bournemouth Town Fund. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations, then for Councillor Kelly to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully this will be a little bit less controversial than other items we've had, but I recall I've said that once too many times and had my fingers burned. But no, this is a really positive update. This is what is called the Bournemouth Towns Fund, but is really aimed at Boscombe, and it's to do with the £22 million that were awarded by what was MHCLG and is now DLUC to focus on that regeneration of Boscombe. This has been a community-led approach. The Towns Fund Board is one that is not driven by the council. You have a couple of councillors, ward councillors, as well as myself and Councillor Kelly on that board, but the chairman of that board is Jeff Mostyn, who is the 16 years chairman of AFC Bournemouth, and the whole approach has been community-led to figure out exactly how we focus on that regeneration of Boscombe, use that £22 million to do so much more. A number of work streams have been going on for decades in Boscombe. It's one of the most vibrant and beautiful and most historic areas actually that we have. It's also the one I think with the most potential, and the work streams that have been going on have been absolutely brilliant. In January of this year, at the end of January, we had to submit the final business plans to the government, the final business cases for each of the projects. And this paper was to authorise the ability to do that, but in particular to have to bring to Council the approving, accepting the remaining money, which I think is something we can all agree on, and also looking towards the funding of some of the early phases that we're getting on with at pace. And in particular, we're talking about the Hawkwood Road area, where we will be putting a number of homes there, mixed tenure, affordable, shared ownership. I think it's around 80 homes in total, and whilst maintaining a lot of the car parking there, well, we're also going to be doing, sorry, it's 53 homes, apologies. We're also going to be building a new community centre there, a pocket park and a medical health care facility. All of these plans are done in consultation with the community. Really exciting work, and actually Councillor Kelly and I had a meeting with the team that are coming up with the plans for the community centre that will help to fund only yesterday, and it's pretty exciting stuff. So really pleased to see this project take shape. This is not the council taking all the credit for it. This is a community effort of which we're a part, and as somebody who loves Boscombe, I'm really excited to see it take shape. So really happy to propose these specific proposals 7, 8 and 9 to full council.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. And Councillor Kelly, I understand you wish to second.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm absolutely delighted to second this paper. Being a ward councillor in Boscombe West, I'm absolutely delighted to see these projects coming forward, and that we can, you know, in the next few months, couple of years maybe, see some actual spades in the ground and some of these projects to be delivered, because they're going to make a massive difference in Boscombe. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any members wish to add to the debate on that? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you. Yes, just a comment. I haven't prepared anything on this. I remember the Royal Arcade walking through that as a child. It's an amazing building in need of a lot of work, and I do worry about the costs of that. But also it seems that we're not filling it, and yet we're sticking containers on the beach, which seems to me a ridiculous place to put a business park. So I'm really worried about that aspect of this proposal, and I know that's been in the paper in the last couple of days. It does seem odd to industrialise the beachfront rather than keep it for leisure for tourists and our residents, given the debate about tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Anybody else? No? Okay, so straight to the proposer. Sorry? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I appreciate Councillor Hadley's points. Actually, the Toff Steps Beach Box Park that I think he's referring to is again one that has been come up with as a Towns Fund board by the community, and was in the original proposals that we put to government, which again have been done cross-party actually as well. I don't think it's a binary choice, and again the beauty of the Towns Fund project is that there are a number of different projects that we're doing as part of that. He references the Royal Arcade, which is a beautiful historic building with a fantastic history, but has struggled to find its new place in society as a high street change, and that's why it's reprovisioning as a skills hub, digital incubator, as well as getting new independent businesses in there is pretty central to part of the plans for the Towns Fund, but also the idea of getting new businesses involved on the seafront. It isn't about putting an industrial park on the seafront, it's about giving an opportunity for small businesses who probably, let's be honest, if they're going to be there, are going to have something to do with that location to have that opportunity as well. Not a binary choice, got £22 million from government, and this is what the community wanted.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. So if we go to the vote, would this be an opportunity to carry the vote through by consensus? Agreed? Thank you. Thank you, members. Item 11, Cabinet 8 February 2023, minute number 123, UK Shared Prosperity Fund, UKSPF in brackets. Councillor Johnson, I understand that's Councillor Toby Johnson. I understand that...
Sorry, Chair, can I just go and retrieve Councillor Beasley, because he had to walk out because of the last item he had an interest in. So can I just retrieve him quickly?
Yes, shall we bring him back in? Do we have a consensus vote on that? Thank you, Councillor Gabriel. I appreciate your husbandry of my flock. Item 11, Cabinet to 8th February 2023, minute number 123, UK Shared Prosperity Fund, UK SPF. Councillor Toby Johnson, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, now I will be brief. I'm delighted to move the recommendation to accept the £4.2 million grant from government through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. This will allow us to provide funding to so many much-needed areas, including education and skills, green spaces and community interaction. Following Council approval of the Council's investment plan at the last full Council early in December, this is now to approve the receipt of the grant and to delegate the powers to the officers necessary to disperse it as needed. The allocation is spread across the next 3 financial years. It's £500,000 in year 1, 1 million in year 2 and 2.7 million in year 3, with 0.7 of that in year 3 to be designated specifically for skills, which is something that I'm very, very happy about indeed, given my portfolio. You know, the majority of this is mandated following the approval of our investment plan. As I have already said, that has already been accepted by full Council. But lastly, Chair, and I think most importantly, I would like to commend the work of the officers who put together the investment plan and all the necessary paperwork involved in this. They had to do so at great speed and have done so at a very high level, and we can be very proud of their work. Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to propose this.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you. Only briefly to add that actually this is one of those areas we were given a menu of options from government as to which areas we wanted to kind of choose from on the list. And I would like Councillor what's your surname again? Like Councillor Johnson, you've got 2 Johnsons next to each other. Like Councillor Johnson has pointed out, we've done a tremendous amount of consultation on this one. It was actually getting all of the stakeholders and businesses involved. We didn't have a very long window, but to get them involved so that we could figure out, because this is money that is out to help those businesses and people and skills and find out for them what they really want, was a really positive effort. I would also point out that, you know, I do keep being stood up here talking and thanking government for money that they're giving us, but we've got £4.2 million here. The previous agenda item I was talking about was £22 million from government to look after Boscombe. In the last few weeks we've had another £20 million, originally £18 million, then they gave a couple of million quid extra because we kept pushing, which will benefit the whole of our coastal communities, everything from seawalls over in Hamworthy to sustaining the Bournemouth Pier for the future, and cliff stability and hopefully lifts coming back. So, you know, I would like to put on record our thanks to government for recognising us as the aspirational place that we are, because those 2 funds alone are over 40 million, and we're now talking about another 4.2 million here to help businesses and skills where it's needed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Would any members like to contribute? No? Right, so after that lengthy debate, Councillor Broadhead, would you take the opportunity to sum up? Councillor Johnson, sorry. Sorry, it has been. Let's do somebody else.
I don't think it's particularly necessary, Chair. I think we'll move on.
I'll call you Toby, shall I? Okay, not necessary. So can we move to the vote? Can we again do this by consensus? Are we agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Agenda item 12, corporate leadership structure. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations, then for Councillor Nicola Green to second the move.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is not a paper that's gone through Cabinet or any other items, because essentially what this is dealing with is an organisation led by the Chief Executive of a corporate leadership structure, a restructure, and the detail is in the document about why the Chief Executive has taken that decision. I understand that the reason this has to come to full Council specifically is that we need to actually agree that some of the contractual redundancy costs that are incumbent as part of that process, the Chief Executive has assured me that all of that is above board. There's nothing which is over and above what is absolutely completely contractually necessary at this stage. But it has to come to full council. So Chief Executive, I'm sure, can give more details, but his organisation, it's his structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicola Green, you second.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy so to do.
Thank you. Any members wish to make any observations, contributions? Can we go to consensus? There's a hand. Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just really to say that it's proposed, I think, for the Director of Adult Social Care and Director of Housing.
Could I just stop you there 1 second?
Sorry.
Just to confirm, don't go on. The appendix is confidential.
The appendix is confidential. Have you approached the appendix?
Well, it's just to say that the amalgamation of posts seems to be a lot of work for one person.
That's okay. That's okay, yes.
Okay.
Would you like to reiterate that as I trampled all over you trying to save us? Would you like to restate that clearly, or your observation?
Yes,
please?
the amalgamation of two posts seems to be a lot for one person to do under that structure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to agree with Councillor Butler. I'm too concerned about the loss of a senior officer to the BCP Council, and especially in such an important role. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'd like to invite the Chief Executive to respond to those. I think those are quite legitimate observations from members.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to observe that the introduction of the new Corporate Director for Wellbeing will give us the capacity to ensure that we don't need the coverage at the Director of Adult Social Care level. So we will have the posts there. I think this does give us the capacity that we need, and it redirects some into some of the other areas as well. That's helpful.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So again, could I ask you to move to the vote? Can we do... Sorry? Oh, sorry. Councillor Slade.
Sorry, Chair. I just very briefly, I just want to say that I really welcome the intention to appoint a Director of Wellbeing. I think it's hugely important. I think it sends out a really strong message about the importance of wellbeing for staff, for residents and for our place. I support that. I also think it would be really important that the Chief Executive isn't directly having 10 people reporting into him, because that must be quite cumbersome and not allow him to take more strategic view.
Thank you for that contribution, Councillor Slade. So can we move to a vote of consensus? Is that agreed? It's agreed, thank you. So that brings us to agenda item 13, questions from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a number of questions from councillors, and I'm obliged to keep this section to the meeting to 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio holder has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue or does not relate to the subject matter of the original question. In addition, as previously agreed by the Council, Councillor Stribley, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, due to the lateness of the hour and having read through paragraphs and paragraphs of statements with finally a question somewhere tucked in at the end, can I propose that because it's so late and we've had such, if you like, an intense evening, that all the questions get written answers on this occasion? I don't know if members would agree to that.
Agreed. I do love consensus, I really do. What a fabulous suggestion. So we're all agreed that all these answers can be... Councillor Farquhar.
I appreciate what you for the consensus, Chair. I'm not rising to a point of order, but essentially I'm rising to the fact that it is a constitutional right of the councillors to actually ask questions of the administration on behalf of the public. And I would be concerned that any member would make a suggestion because of the lateness of the hour that a member's constitutional right to ask questions would be, by consensus, denied.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. We have a suggestion from the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to suggest that if members were minded to not do the verbal discussion, then we would make sure that the questions and the answers were recorded in the minutes in full. So there would be a record of those.
Councillor Farquhar, are you content?
I think that's a very reasonable and pragmatic suggestion by the Chief Executive. However, I would press for exactly when will those minutes be published.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Chief Executive.
I think we could publish the questions and answers more quickly than the minutes as a whole, so we can certainly aim to get those out within a week and get those on the website, if that would help.
If I may, Chair, the question was exactly when. Again, I think that's a reasonable, pragmatic approach by the Chief Executive, but the question is exactly when.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I've had a sea of hands go up. Councillor Bartlett first, then Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. At risk of making myself extremely unpopular, of course, members do ask questions in this chamber, not just to ask the question and expect an answer, but also to express concern through those questions to members of the public, which they're representing. And I think it's part of a councillor's duty to raise those issues formally and in the chamber, so that they can, you know, the press, the public can see them at the time. So I actually disagree. I think we should carry on. Sorry.
I personally am minded to carry on with some of the observations, Councillor Farquhar, and considering those people who have already left, I would assume that all of those of you who are here really want these questions asked. Councillor Stribley. Otherwise, it will go to a vote, I think.
Mr. Chairman, otherwise
We've wasted 10 minutes already.
We have, and we're well over another break.
We
due,
finished.
Which
No,
is
11:50 is the next break. Is the next time break, and if we'd have started, my hope was we would have finished exactly on time.
You will forgive me, Chairman.
No, that's perfectly all right. There seemed to be total agreement in the room at one point, and I was all in favour, but I do feel that we fought long and hard over councillors' questions many, many times, and they are important to residents and very important to the councillors who are asking them, because they get the opportunity to ask the supplementary question. Councillor Stribley, you're waving. Yes.
I do think we all agree with you on that, but there is no public here about to listen to their answers, as far as I'm aware. There may be...
There's quite a few in the gallery, Councillor Stribley.
In which case, I beg...
And they're standing up, leaning over to prove that they're there. For which, for once, I thank them. Now sit down. Thank you.
In which case, I sincerely beg their pardon, but answers will be given in writing, in detail, and supplementary questions can be submitted for next time.
Well, everybody tells me this is my meeting, and I'm minded to answer questions. So, with the greatest respect, unless people actually physically start throwing things at me, or put their hands back down, we can get on and finish exactly on time, in time for the next toilet break, before we go home. Anybody else want to ask me a question before we launch into these questions, please? Because those people who don't want to listen to the questions have left already. Councillor Slade, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Apologies. Now, I hope I've got this right. Apparently, under Rule 14, I can ask for a point of personal explanation. Oh, bugger. Can I do it anyway?
My word.
I just,
Mum.
please, can I please ask a question? Would it be
It'd
allowed?
be rude to not let you do that
Very
now,
brief.
wouldn't
I
it?
just need I need something explained to me, please. There was a sorry, it's really important.
I'm intrigued now, Councillor Slade.
So the leader didn't arrive. He is now gone.
Chairman, on a point of order, this is not a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
No, this
is important.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Can I
this is not for clarity. Is this a point of...
It's a clarity that
No.
earlier on.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, I should be heard.
Councillor Slade, could you please give way to Councillor Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As pointed out earlier, Mr. Chairman, under section 14, there can be a point of order raised as to the procedure of the meeting in accordance with the Constitution. What we have just heard has not been that, and therefore I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, please to impose the order on the meeting and to move on as you suggest.
Inadmissible, Councillor Slade. Thank you. Inadmissible. I'll just ask the Chief Executive for a viewpoint.
I think Councillor Green is correct with his point of order.
Thank you.
Happy to pick up Councillor Slade's question outside the meeting.
Thank you very much indeed. So the understanding is... Councillor Stribling's gone. OK. So let's do the question. Councillor Howell, yes.
Each councillor, whether they would be happy for a written statement to be published before, then we might not need all of them. So,
as we get to each question.
OK, so question one, Councillor Kelsey, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Dunlop on Bayside. Would you like a written reply?
No. Chairman, sorry.
Well, I opened the gate, didn't I?
You certainly did.
Councillor Kelsey, I recognise your indefatigability and determination.
Absolutely.
And it would be a poor man to say no to you. So, Councillor Kelsey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Recent reports in the press have disclosed that Bayside, one of our seafront offerings, made a loss this year. Could the Cabinet member outline how our seafront operations have performed this year, especially compared to other years, and what are our expectations for future years? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Dunlop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh, gosh. I'm as old as the night. OK. Thank you, Councillor Kelsey, for your question. I wonder if I can, a bit of history, if I may. I can recall as a Bournemouth councillor when the seafront didn't wash its face at all. It didn't make any money, and it was supported by council tax. The game changer was really to take a bold approach to seafront development and festivals. For example, things like Boscombe Spa Seafront, the new pier, the Overstrand building designed by Wayne Hemingway, kind of cemented that mindset. And I'm trying to think who said it now, but it was a local business. We were described as audacious. I think it's this bold, innovative, and at times audacious mindset that has slowly animated the seafront site by site, bringing new restaurants, events and activities and income to support the services. Activities and events and festivals all contribute to income. The more we develop destination and culture, the more it benefits our residents, businesses and visitors. And just an example, a seafront catering example, in the years between 19 and 20 and 22-23, the turnover from internally managed seafront catering outlets had risen from nearly 2.5 million to 4 million. Income generated from new pop-up restaurants and additional car park income sort of allows us to try those new ideas. Where we are currently, Destination and Culture is projecting a year-end surplus of 6 million. That's not just income, that's a surplus over and above the service cuts. And we expect this growth to continue as we bring more old sites back into use through partnerships, exciting developments and investment.
The 20 million levelling up fund is estimated to trigger over 100 million in further investment. So we should be really proud of what's been achieved. And if I may, if you just indulge me for a bit, I'd like to finish off this story. I would like to pay tribute, take the opportunity now to pay tribute to someone who's recently left the authority, but the council didn't really have an opportunity to thank him. So I would like this council to place on record, please, if you don't mind me indulging your question, the enormous contribution made by Chris Saunders to the former Bournemouth Council and BCP Council. To many of us, he'll always be remembered as Mr. Seafront. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Kelsey, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Chairman. I'll go direct to the portfolio holder if I need to know anything else.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Martin, I understand you have a question to put on Councillor Dunlop on Bayside.
I do, Mr. Chairman, but given that I think it was pretty much well answered by when Mr. Parker asked the question, and also because I'm losing the will here, I think I'll just take a written answer. Thank you.
Councillor Martin, thank you. Councillor Farquhar, I understand you have a question to put to the former leader on the sanction imposed by the BCP Standards Committee.
I do indeed, Chair, and thank you for supporting councillors' rights to be heard in this chamber on behalf of the members of the public, and I thank Councillor Bartlett for reminding us all that's who we actually serve. The question is as follows. The question is as follows, Chair. Could Councillor Mellor explain why he chose to ignore the sanction imposed by BCP's Standards Committee, chaired by Councillor Borthwick? This being contrary to 8.4 of the Code of Conduct requiring every councillor to, I comply with any sanction imposed on me, following that I have breached the Code of Conduct. The reason laid out in the Code of Conduct is that it is extremely important for you as a councillor to demonstrate high standards, for you to have your actions open to scrutiny, and for you not to undermine public trust in the local authority or its governance. The meeting of the Standards Committee reviewing the Code of Complaint 110 against Councillor Mellor found the complaint of 1. Bringing the office of the councillor of the council into disrepute while acting in an official capacity. It was found that Councillor Mellor was in breach of the Code of Conduct in that Councillor Mellor was not as transparent as he should have been in relation to the Beach Hut scheme. Councillor Mellor did not pass on information from ministers of central government that the guidance of the flexible use of capital receipts was subject to imminent change, and he did not pass on the information in a timely manner to council members or BCP residents. Failure to attend the overview and scrutiny meeting on the 20th of July 2022, as this was discourteous. The sanction imposed by the Standards Committee was for Councillor Mellor to make an apology to the overview and scrutiny meeting for failing to attend on the 20th of July 2022, and a further apology should be made to the full Council for any misleading statements made in relation to the Beach Hut scheme. Since it is stated that the complaint against Councillor Mellor could not be closed until those apologies have been made, could Councillor Mellor explain in what way he believes it is upholding the Nolan principles of public life, in particular Principle 7? And by way of reminder, Principle 7, leadership. Holders of public office should exhibit these principles in their own behaviour and treat others with respect. They should actively promote and robustly support the principles and challenge poor behaviour whenever it occurs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm informed that I'm answering this tonight because of the, although the Constitution doesn't make
point
provision...
of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apparently we have a point of order on which I'm sure we'll hear the detail.
Point of order is that the question was directed to Councillor Beck.
Well, it's
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
There is no...
Once again, Mr. Chairman, I will point out that the requirement in the Constitution is that when a point of order is called, then the item of the Constitution which is being breached needs to be raised before any further conversation comes forward and the chairman then decides whether to accept it or not.
I find it inadmissible, your point of order, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you.
Understood, Secretary Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was trying to explain to Councillor Farquhar, the Constitution is quite clear in that council questions can be asked of any executive member or any chairs of any respective committees. As it currently stands, Councillor Drew Mellor is not a member of the executive, and therefore that is why I'm answering the question, because it's not allowable in the Constitution for him to answer. Obviously, I cannot answer on behalf of Councillor Mellor. I will take up the point that Councillor Farquhar has raised with him, although I am not in charge of anybody in this chamber. I would, however, respectfully point out this is not the first time that standard committee procedure has not necessarily been followed, although just because Councillor Mellor isn't here doesn't mean that it has not been followed. We received a report in February of last year that one of the councillors opposite, Councillor Dedman, was asked to apologise in the chamber and did not do so. So I hope that those standards of holding people to account for not accepting the standards boards apply elsewhere too. But I will pass on the comments to Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Jones, I understand you have...
Excuse me, Chair. I'm entitled to a supplementary.
Oh, Councillor Farquhar, yes. You have a supplementary.
I do. This supplemental is due to the absence of Councillor Mellor, and it's a point of procedure and clarification on the point of procedure. The monitoring officer answered earlier to another question is that I am not standing to a point of order. I'm standing to a point of question.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Mr. Chairman, the point of order is that the Constitution is quite clear that the supplementary question, it is in the article on questions by councillors, can only be related to the answer that has been given.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I find your supplementary inadmissible.
I appreciate that. The supplemental question then is to the person who answered opposite there on behalf of Councillor Mellor. But the procedural question is, because Councillor Mellor is absent, will it be noted in the minutes when he left the meeting? And my supplemental question is the fact that neither of those questions is in your capacity to answer. And my question to the monitoring officer on procedure is, because it has been noted before...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The question cannot be asked to an officer. A supplementary question is asked to the person who has answered it according to the Constitution, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Chair, just on procedure, may you seek advice, whether or not, when the next Standards Committee is meeting, because the only sanction which is imposed is that it will be returned to the Standards Committee. So, on a point of procedure, I'd appreciate that, Chair.
Certainly all your thoughts and considerations have been heard, they're recorded, and I would happily hand this to the officers to continue the discussion at the available point. This very moment.
Okay, so the next meeting of the Standards Committee will be on the 28th of February. There is no other planned meeting of the Standards Committee beyond that, but Standards Committee does arrange meetings on an ad hoc basis as and when need arises, so there is the possibility potentially to have a further meeting before the end of this council after the 28th of February. I can confirm that Councillor Mellor left at 23:28. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Dice. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on a meeting to discuss the cycle lane in Christchurch Road. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. On the 2nd of February, I wrote to the Cabinet Member for Sustainability and Transport, asking him to meet myself and Councillor Farquhar on site to discuss the ongoing abuse of the cycle lane in Christchurch Road and agree an urgent resolution. Will he commit to such a meeting, and if so, when?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Councillor Jones for his question. I did read in the Echo about Councillor Jones's request for a meeting with me, and on my return from vacation on the 15th of February, I saw the email itself. I'd be happy to meet the ward councillors on site over the next few weeks.
Thank you very much. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Jones?
Yeah, I do. When? When exactly?
That's a supplementary question I like. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Name a day.
Let's get our diaries together.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Councillor Brown, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on streetlights.
Thank you, Chair. It's of great interest to a lot of my residents. I'll abbreviate it, but residents are increasingly reporting faults with streetlights. It states on the council's website, once reported, it normally takes up to 10 working days to fix an issue, but we're looking at 6, 8, 10 months, even over a year in many cases now. And during these dark winter nights, it's left a lot of sections of highways, cycleways, roads, pathways and park areas in darkness, particularly concerning areas subject to antisocial behaviour where the maintenance of good lighting is essential. Can the portfolio holder advise how many outstanding cases of faulty streetlight reports are currently awaiting repair? What's being done to resolve the lengthy delays being experienced at the moment? And when will the streetlight maintenance and repair service be brought back to normal service levels?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Brown, for the question. I'm not the portfolio holder, but I do have a response for him. There have been ongoing issues with the supply chain for electronic components for streetlights since the pandemic, as most of these originate from China. These issues are out of the Council's control, and we've been awaiting for some time the arrival of electronic drivers, which are currently in very high demand and in equally short supply. Like other councils, we've been receiving these items in small quantities. We ordered about 1,000 lanterns, which were eventually delivered at the end of January, and this has enabled some faults to be rectified more quickly. The team has been liaising with our contractor to get extra resources in to catch up with now that the lanterns are available. At the end of January, the team reported that there were a total of 1,437 faults across the conurbation, 774 of which were awaiting parts. The remainder were faults that were yet to be looked at, but the contractor was working through these. I'm pleased to report that the latest figures, as of 17th of February, show that now that those parts have arrived, we are now down to only 1,139 outstanding faults, made up of 374 repaired over the last week alone, and 76 new reports. This hopefully demonstrates that as and when the parts come in, the contractor is making good progress. With regards to the information provided to customers, the message on our website does indeed state, once reported, it normally takes up to 10 working days to fix an issue. But for some time now, the website's message has continued with, however, there is currently a shortage of certain components worldwide. This affects our supply chain, and whilst we are always trying to make repairs in a timely manner, it does mean that some are taking considerably longer than usual. It's unlikely that these supply chain issues are going to continue for some time, so the team continues to liaise with the contractor and will be ordering additional stock of lanterns and components as much as it can be sourced over the next few months. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Brown, do you have a supplementary question?
Just a brief supplementary, it undermines the whole cleaner, greener, safer thing when there's areas subject to antisocial behaviour and park areas and footways in darkness at this time of year. Can the portfolio holder look into prioritising particular areas subject to antisocial behaviour, even if it means cannibalising other streetlights from regular highways, to actually prioritise those areas where it's really important that we keep them lit?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Do you have a pre-prepared response?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy to pass that on to the portfolio holder and on to the officers as a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Burton, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on flooding.
Thank you very much, Chair. I shan't read my whole question in interest of brevity. We did hope that we might finish before today finished. So just briefly, the question is about flooding and the capacity of cleaning gullies in my ward and other areas of BCP. I'll allow Councillor Green to answer the question. I might have a supplementary.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, I'm not the portfolio holder, but I do have a response to the full question. And firstly, may I thank Councillor Burton for acknowledging in that full question the work that our teams have put in over the recent months dealing with flooding issues across BCP, and also for his awareness of the challenging working conditions. A copy of those comments will be shared with the teams concerned. Councillor Burton's right to acknowledge the extended leaf fall season, which commenced early in 2022 due to the drought and continued well into the Christmas period. This, accompanied by several weeks of persistent high rainfall, has made this winter particularly challenging. BCP has 3 crude gully tankers and brings in additional contracted resource to assist where practical. The work is, as Councillor Burton indicates, increasingly challenging due to the growing numbers of parked vehicles, and I would like to look into potential solutions to that, and that is in my portfolio Incidentally, I think I am still the Cabinet Member for Sustainability and Transport, despite being told that there aren't any Cabinet Members at the moment. We are still. But I will look into that as the Cabinet Member for Sustainability and Transport. In other words, works can only be complete. In other areas, there are works that can only be completed at night or under road closures. Through the Council's transformation programme, better mapping of assets and utilising flood risk data, the intention is to make improvements in the scheduling of works, which we hope will, to some extent, mitigate the risks due to climate change.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And was there a supplementary question?
Yes, it's just a brief supplementary. Would it be possible for you to keep me updated with the, as this more information comes in and how it affects the future of cleaning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I can't speak on behalf of the portfolio holder, but I think that's an entirely reasonable request and one which will benefit the Council and its residents as a whole. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Trent, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike White on youth services.
Yes, thank you. I've actually tried to shorten it, but I've probably made a mess of it shortening it, but never mind. And apologies because it was written at a time and some of the information has changed. On the 14th of December, I requested the opportunity to speak to Cabinet, and it was granted accordingly. I was particularly concerned that whilst BCP Council was participating in the government's levelling up ambitions, they seem not to be engaged in existing activities that actually do level up our most challenged communities, citing youth services and community support. The former having been subject to threatened cuts and withdrawal of services for some time. I was given a clear assurance by the Cabinet Member and Lead Member for Levelling Up that this was not going to be the case, of which I've got an audio recording. Fast forward to 8 January, February, and we see both youth facilities and community support on the list of partially achieved amber or being explored blue cuts to the BCP budget for 2023-24. The latter has been not appeared on the cuts this time round. In January, those of us in the community started to hear rumours that the open access youth services were to be removed from the new Borna Community Hub from late March. Out of the blue, and with barely any notice themselves, the staff were given the task of telling the young people attending these open access services in a building that was designed in partnership with youth services to allow for such activities that the service would be withdrawn from the 4th of March. The Bourne Valley Youth Club Management Committee that supports these services were officially told at their meeting on the 9th of February, well after the young people had heard about it, that the club was closing. The budget, which was still 2 weeks away, was cited as one of the reasons for the closure. The only line in the budget paper, still confidential at the time, that covered savings in youth services was £47,000 to be saved in property costs. The amount saved by removing this service from this hub is less than £3,000 a year, or around a quarter of an SRA for a lead member. Meanwhile, a sum of £18.2 million has been awarded by government in the name of levelling up to do such socially essential work as painting Bournemouth Pier. Could it be explained why this has been done at this time?
The question is coming and he has 14 seconds. He now has 20 seconds. Carry on.
To an area well near the top of the list nationally of those that require help levelling up. Because to keep something going after March the 4th, that funding granted from the Lottery Big Local Fund to extend youth provision.
I'm afraid you're out of time, Councillor Trent, and there has been no question that I can detect.
Okay, so
would you please ask a question?
Well, yeah, I'll do the last paragraph. Then,
no, you will.
No, the last paragraph.
No, you won't. You won't. You will ask the question, please. I would implore you to ask the question.
You've actually got a written copy of this question, and it was not.
Please, I want to finish the evening on a high. Please ask the question.
Right. This is the last paragraph. Could someone explain how such a cut into a service for young people, many of whom are also vulnerable, can be regarded as level up, and whether, even at this late stage, the decision referred to above can be reversed, and that any future proposals go through a long consultation period, say a minimum of 6 months, for any reduction in provision, so the management committees and communities can make alternative plans. I think this is important. I don't think it should be...
I think it's important too, Councillor Trent. That's why I really wanted to hear the question, because we really need to hear the answer. Councillor Mike White, please.
Bless you, thank you. Thank you.
Because I know you were listening and you're all over it.
Goodness me. Yeah, I'm sorry, I also struggled with what exactly is the question embedded in that rather long series of comments. I do have an extremely long answer here. I also have a very short answer. And
well, you can't use that one.
in view of the time, and it's just gone midnight, I'll try the short one. This council has approved a 14.6 million or a 20% increase in the Children's Services budget this evening. Within this, the Youth Services budget remains unchanged. Now, specifically in relation to the Bourne Valley Youth Centre, the club is not closing, as suggested in this question. Poole Community Trust are offering a range of opportunities on site for young people and families. There is also a preschool on site. Overall, there is no reduction in services offered to our young people in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White, and I'm sure your lengthy version of the answer will be forwarded to Councillor Trent as quickly as possible. Councillor Trent, do you have a supplementary question?
Well, yes, there is a quick...
Please.
There is a quick supplementary, but the brain doesn't work well at gone midnight.
Good morning.
Is it not regrettable that money that was given to Poole Communities Trust to provide for under the normal youth club age is now being used to continue running a youth club that has actually effectively been taken away by Youth Services? Because the Poole Communities Trust was going to run youth facilities for those under youth club age, so 8 to 11. And that is the money that's actually being used to keep it going, because the community is so desperate to keep some kind of open access going.
So the supplementary
but it's not
question...
what was originally planned.
Supplementary... could you answer that?
Yeah, again, I'm not quite sure what the supplementary is. My understanding is that we are offering the same services in the Bourne Valley area as we always done. We're just not providing them all from that particular centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. And that concludes Councillor's question, which brings us to agenda item 10, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. I will ask the Chief Executive to advise members of any urgent decisions taken.
Thank you, Chairman. There's just one urgent item, which was to confirm the appointments of non-executive directors on BCP future places, which are carried out in consultation with the Leader and the Leader of the Opposition.
Members, I admire your indefatigability and stickability. Thank you for all your contributions.